The consciousness beneath consciousness. Have you ever caught yourself doing something and suddenly wondered, why am I doing this? Not in some dramatic philosophical moment. I mean something ordinary. You reach for your phone without thinking. You open an app even though you already know there is nothing new. You walk into a room and completely forget why you went there. Someone says something that should not bother you, but somehow it does, and you feel the reaction before you even understand where it came from. That is the strange part about being human. We like to believe that we are consciously running the show. We think there is a little voice inside our head making decisions, weighing options, choosing what happens next. But what if that voice is not actually in charge as often as we imagine? What if consciousness is only the surface? Think about an iceberg. You see the part above the water, and you call that the iceberg, but most of it is hidden underneath. Your mind may work in a similar way. The thoughts you can hear, the memories you can access, the decisions you can explain, these might only be the visible layer of something much larger. And this is where things get uncomfortable. A huge amount of what your brain does happens before you become consciously aware of it. Your brain is constantly processing patterns, predicting what might happen, filtering information, regulating your body, detecting threats, recognizing faces, interpreting voices, and preparing possible actions. Most of this does not arrive in your awareness as a clear message saying, "Here is what I am doing." It simply happens. Imagine you are walking down a crowded street. You are thinking about work, listening to music, maybe planning what you will eat later. Suddenly, you step slightly to the side because someone is moving toward you. You probably did not consciously calculate their speed, your distance from them, the angle of their movement, and the exact number of centimeters you needed to move. Your brain handled it. You only experienced the final result as a simple feeling that you should move. Now take that same idea and bring it into something much more personal. Imagine someone sends you a message with just a few words. Nothing obviously insulting, nothing dramatic. But you instantly feel irritated. You put the phone down. Your heart rate changes slightly. Your mood shifts. Then comes the conscious explanation. Maybe you tell yourself they are being disrespectful. Maybe you decide they are ignoring you. Maybe you start building an entire story around those few words. But what happened first? The reaction. The explanation came afterward. This is one of the most fascinating things about the mind. We are incredibly good at creating explanations for our own behavior, even when the deeper causes are not fully available to conscious awareness. Psychologists have spent decades studying automatic behavior, unconscious processing, implicit memory, emotional conditioning, and cognitive biases. These ideas point towards something that can feel almost unsettling when you really think about it. You do not experience everything your brain is doing. And that does not mean you are powerless. It means your conscious mind is not the entire system. Think about driving a car after you have been driving for years. At first, every movement requires attention. You consciously think about the pedals, the mirrors, the steering wheel, the road signs. Then something changes. Eventually, you can drive while your conscious attention is somewhere else entirely. You arrive at your destination and realize you barely remember specific moments of the journey. Your brain did not stop working. It became automatic. Now imagine how many things in your life have become automatic without you noticing. The way you respond when someone criticizes you, the kind of person you immediately trust, the situations that make you nervous, the way you seek comfort when you are stressed, the habits you repeat when nobody is watching. Even the thoughts that appear in your mind can sometimes feel like they simply arrive. You do not sit down and consciously manufacture every thought. A thought appears. Then another appears. Then you decide whether to follow it. That distinction matters. Because if consciousness is not the source of every thought, then maybe one of the biggest mistakes we make is believing that every thought deserves to be believed. A thought can be produced by memory. It can be triggered by emotion. It can come from a learned association. It can be connected to something that happened years ago that you barely remember. You might think you are reacting to what is happening right now, when in reality, your brain may also be reacting to what something reminds you of. That is why two people can experience the exact same situation and walk away with completely different emotional realities. One person sees rejection. Another sees opportunity. One person hears criticism. Another hears useful information. One person feels danger. Another feels nothing at all. The external event is only part of the story. The hidden machinery underneath is interpreting it. And once you start noticing this, everyday life begins to look different. You begin to realize that your conscious awareness may be less like a commander giving every order, and more like a spotlight moving across a much larger stage. The stage is always active. Your attention only illuminates a small portion of it. And somewhere beneath that small circle of awareness, your brain is continuously working, predicting, remembering, filtering, reacting, and preparing. The really fascinating question is not whether there is something beneath consciousness. There clearly is. The fascinating question is how much of your life is being shaped by that hidden layer before you ever become aware of it. Because the next time you suddenly feel something, want something, fear something, or make a decision that seems completely obvious, there may be a much deeper process already in motion beneath the thought you consciously experience. Friend, the secret architecture of the inner mind. There is a strange experience that almost everyone has had, but very few people stop to examine. You are sitting quietly, doing absolutely nothing, and suddenly a memory appears. Not because you were trying to remember it. Not because someone mentioned it. It just arrives. A face from years ago. A room you have not thought about in forever. A feeling you thought you had completely forgotten. And for a few seconds, you are not simply remembering the past. You are experiencing it again. That moment reveals something important about the architecture of your inner mind. Your mind is not an empty space where thoughts randomly float around. It is more like an enormous living structure, built from memories, emotions, habits, expectations, fears, desires, and patterns that have been developing for years. And most of that structure is hidden from your direct awareness. Think about how strange that really is. You know your own thoughts better than anyone else. You hear your inner voice every day. You know your memories, your opinions, your preferences, your plans. So naturally, you assume that this is you. This is your mind. But conscious thought is only one layer of the system. Underneath it are networks of associations, constantly connecting one experience to another. Your brain is always comparing what is happening now with what happened before. It is searching for familiar patterns. It is predicting what might happen next. It is deciding what deserves your attention and what can be ignored. You do not experience this process directly. You experience the result. Imagine walking into a room where someone you know is already sitting there. Before they even say anything, you may sense that something is wrong. Maybe their face looks slightly different. Maybe their voice sounds flatter. Maybe their body language has changed. You probably cannot explain exactly what you noticed. But somehow, you know. Your conscious mind may then begin searching for an explanation. Are they angry? Did I do something? Are they tired? Is something going on? But your brain may have already processed dozens of tiny signals before your conscious mind formed a single clear thought. That is the hidden architecture at work. And this becomes even more powerful when emotions are involved. Have you ever disliked someone almost immediately, even though they had done nothing obviously wrong? You might call it intuition. Sometimes it may be. But sometimes what feels like intuition is your brain recognizing a pattern that you have encountered before. Their expression may remind you of someone. Their tone may resemble a person who once made you feel unsafe. Their behavior may match a pattern you learned long ago. You do not necessarily remember the original experience consciously, but your nervous system may remember the pattern. This is one reason your reactions can sometimes feel bigger than the situation deserves. Someone makes a small comment, and suddenly you feel furious. Someone takes a little longer to respond, and you feel rejected. Someone raises their voice, and you immediately shut down. From the outside, the reaction might seem excessive. From inside the hidden architecture of your mind, however, the reaction may make perfect sense. Your brain is not responding only to the present moment. It is responding to everything the present moment resembles. This is where memory becomes much more complicated than simply storing information. Your memories are not like files sitting untouched inside a computer. They are connected to emotions, sensations, people, places, and expectations. One small detail can activate an entire network. A smell can suddenly bring back childhood. A song can change your mood within seconds. A particular street can make you remember someone you have not seen in years. A certain phrase can make you defensive before you even understand why. The conscious mind experiences the trigger. The deeper system activates the network, and then your conscious mind often comes along afterward and creates a story about what happened. That is why understanding yourself can be so difficult. You are trying to study a system while being inside the system. You are using your conscious mind to investigate processes that are not always conscious. It is like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror. But there is something even more fascinating happening underneath all of this. Your brain is not only storing the past, it is constantly using the past to predict the future. Every time you enter a familiar situation, your brain makes predictions about what is likely to happen. Those predictions influence what you notice, what you ignore, and how you respond. If you expect people to reject you, neutral behavior can feel cold. If you expect people to support you, the same behavior may feel harmless. If you expect danger, your attention becomes extremely sensitive to anything that could confirm that expectation. This means your inner world can influence the reality you experience without you consciously deciding to create that reality. You are not imagining everything. The outside world is real, but your experience of that world is filtered through the architecture of your mind. And once you understand that, some of your most confusing behaviors begin to make sense. Why do you repeat habits you promised yourself you would stop? Why do you choose the same kinds of relationships? Why do certain situations make you uncomfortable when you cannot explain why? Why do you sometimes know what you should do, yet find yourself doing something completely different? because knowing something consciously is not the same as changing the deeper system that produces your automatic responses. Your conscious mind can say, "I should stop doing this," but another part of your mind may associate that behavior with comfort, safety, reward, familiarity, or relief. So you end up fighting yourself. One part wants change. Another part wants what feels familiar. And the familiar can be incredibly powerful, even when it is not good for you. This is why self-awareness is more than simply thinking about your thoughts. Real self-awareness means becoming curious about the patterns underneath them. When you suddenly feel angry, what happened immediately before it? When you feel rejected, what assumption appeared in your mind? When you avoid something, what are you actually trying not to feel? When you repeat a behavior you promised to stop, what emotional reward are you getting from it? Those questions begin to expose the structure underneath the surface. And once you start looking there, your mind becomes less like a mystery and more like a landscape. There are familiar paths. There are hidden rooms. There are old patterns you have walked so many times that you forgot they were choices. And perhaps the most powerful realization is this: you may not be able to control every thought that appears in your mind, but you can become aware of the architecture that keeps producing the same thoughts, reactions, and behaviors. That awareness does not instantly change you, but it gives you something you did not have before: a chance to see the machinery. And sometimes, seeing the machinery is the first moment you realize that the machine does not have to run your entire life. The unseen observer within us. There is a strange little moment that happens when you catch yourself thinking. Not just thinking about something, but actually noticing that you are thinking. You can be sitting in silence and suddenly realize that a thought is moving through your mind. You can notice your own fear. You can notice your own anger. You can even notice yourself wanting something, while at the same time watching that desire from a distance. And that raises a deeply uncomfortable question. If you can observe your thoughts, then who exactly is doing the observing? Think about what happens when you are angry. For a few seconds, the anger can completely take over. Your body changes. Your attention narrows. Your heart beats faster. Your mind starts producing arguments. You remember every reason you have to be upset. Then, maybe 10 minutes later, something changes. You look back at yourself and think, why was I reacting like that? The anger was real, but now you can observe it. That small difference is one of the strangest features of human consciousness. We are not only capable of having experiences, we are capable of noticing that we are having them. You can watch your thoughts without necessarily accepting them. You can notice a fear without immediately acting on it. You can recognize a desire without following it. You can feel sadness while simultaneously knowing that you are feeling sad. There seems to be a layer of awareness that can turn its attention back toward the mind itself. And this is where the idea of an unseen observer becomes so fascinating. It does not mean there is literally another person sitting inside your head watching everything happen. There is no tiny version of you hiding behind your eyes. Neuroscience does not require a little inner spectator to explain awareness. The mystery is more subtle. Your brain is capable of monitoring its own activity. It can represent what you are thinking, what you are feeling, where your attention is going, and even whether you believe you are making a mistake. This kind of self-monitoring is connected to what psychologists often call metacognition. In simple terms, it means thinking about your own thinking. You use it constantly. You might read a sentence and realize you did not understand it. You might make a decision and suddenly wonder whether you are being influenced by emotion. You might remember an event and question whether your memory is actually accurate. You are not simply thinking. You are evaluating your thinking, and that ability can completely change how you experience your inner world. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night after a strange dream. For a few seconds, the dream feels completely real. Your body may still carry the emotion. Your heart may still be racing. Then you open your eyes and realize you were dreaming. The experience did not disappear because someone argued with it. It changed because your awareness recognized what was happening. Something similar can happen during everyday life. You may suddenly realize that the voice in your head has been criticizing you for the last 20 minutes. You may notice that you have been replaying the same conversation again and again. You may catch yourself imagining a future disaster that has not happened. Before that moment, the thought was running automatically. After that moment, you are aware of the thought. That tiny shift can create psychological distance. And psychological distance is powerful because there is a huge difference between saying, "I am afraid," and saying, "I notice that fear is happening inside me." The first statement can feel like an identity. The second creates space. You are still afraid, but you are no longer completely fused with the fear. This matters because emotions often become more overwhelming when we treat them as commands. Fear says, "Get away." Anger says, "Attack." Anxiety says, "Prepare for disaster." Desire says, "Get it now." Shame says, "Hide." The emotional system is designed to push you toward action. But awareness gives you a fraction of a second where you can notice the impulse before automatically obeying it. That fraction can change everything. Think about someone insulting you. Your first impulse might be to respond immediately. You feel the heat in your body. Your mind produces the perfect comeback. You want them to understand exactly how wrong they are. But then you notice what is happening. You notice your body tightening. You notice the anger. You notice the urge to respond. Suddenly, the experience has two layers. There is the anger itself, and there is the awareness of the anger. That second layer does not erase the first. It simply means the emotion is no longer invisible, and what becomes visible can be examined. This is one reason practices like meditation have attracted so much scientific interest. Meditation is not simply about sitting quietly and trying to have no thoughts. One important aspect involves learning to notice thoughts and sensations without immediately reacting to them. You notice the breath. The mind wanders. You notice that it wandered. You return. The mind wanders again. You notice again. That simple cycle trains something surprisingly important: the ability to recognize that attention has moved. You begin to see how quickly the mind creates stories, predictions, memories, and judgments. And eventually, you may realize something that is easy to miss in normal life. You do not control the arrival of every thought. Thoughts appear, but you have some influence over what happens after they appear. That distinction can completely change your relationship with your own mind. A disturbing thought does not automatically reveal your character. A fearful thought does not automatically predict the future. An angry thought does not automatically require an angry action. A desire does not automatically become a decision. There can be a space between the appearance of an experience and the response to that experience. The observer exists in that space, not as a mysterious person inside your brain, but as the capacity to notice what your mind is doing. And maybe that is one of the most overlooked abilities we possess. We spend so much time trying to control our thoughts that we forget another option. We can learn to watch them. Because once you can watch a thought, you can question it. Once you can watch an emotion, you can understand it. Once you can watch an impulse, you can decide whether it deserves action. And once you can observe the patterns of your own mind, you begin to discover something incredibly important. You are not every thought that enters your consciousness. You are not every emotion that passes through your body. You are not every impulse demanding your attention. There is an awareness capable of noticing all of it. And the more clearly you recognize that awareness, the harder it becomes for the hidden movements of your mind to control you without being seen. Where thoughts come from before we notice them. A thought can appear in your mind so quickly that you never experience the moment it was created. 1 second you are washing your hands, driving, working, or staring at the ceiling, and the next second there is a sentence inside your head. Remember to call that person. What if this goes wrong? I want that. I hate this. I should leave. I need to check my phone. But here is the strange part. Where did that thought come from? Most of the time, you have no idea. You experience the thought as if it simply arrived. There is no conscious announcement before it. No warning telling you that your brain is about to produce a particular idea. The thought just appears, already formed, and then your conscious mind gets to experience it. That is one of the most overlooked mysteries of being human. We often imagine ourselves as the authors of our thoughts. We feel like there is a conscious thinker inside us deliberately generating every idea. But the deeper you look at how the brain works, the harder that simple picture becomes to defend. Your brain is processing information long before you become aware of the final thought. Imagine you are walking through a shopping center and suddenly notice a familiar face across the crowd. You recognize the person almost instantly. You did not consciously analyze their eyes, nose, facial structure, posture, clothing, and movement before reaching the conclusion that you know them. Recognition happened first. Then awareness caught up. The same basic principle appears everywhere in everyday life. Your brain is constantly collecting information from your surroundings, comparing it with stored memories, detecting patterns, predicting what might happen, and preparing possible responses. Most of that work never becomes conscious. You only receive the finished product. This is why your thoughts can sometimes feel like visitors instead of decisions. A smell can bring back a memory you have not thought about in 20 years. A song can suddenly make you miss someone. A particular expression on someone's face can make you uncomfortable before you understand what bothered you. A notification can make your hand reach for your phone before you consciously decide to check it. Something happened beneath awareness first. Then the conscious experience arrived. And this becomes even more interesting when you look at emotions. Suppose someone sends you a short message. You read it. Nothing obviously terrible has happened, but something feels wrong. Maybe you become anxious. Maybe you feel rejected. Maybe you become angry. Then your mind starts explaining the emotion. They are ignoring me. They do not respect me. Something must have happened. But your brain may have already responded to subtle details before that explanation appeared. The wording might resemble a previous experience. The timing might trigger an expectation. The situation might connect with an old emotional pattern. Your conscious mind then creates a story that makes the reaction understandable. That story may be accurate, or it may not be. This is where the hidden origin of thoughts becomes important. A thought is not necessarily a fact simply because it appears automatically. Your brain produces predictions all the time. It has to. If you are walking outside and hear a sudden loud sound, your brain cannot wait for a complete scientific explanation before responding. It quickly evaluates possibilities. Danger. Nothing important. Something familiar. The faster systems of the brain begin processing the situation, and your conscious awareness receives a changing picture as more information becomes available. This is one reason your first interpretation can sometimes be wrong. You hear someone laughing behind you and assume they are laughing at you. You see someone looking serious and assume they are angry. Someone does not reply and your mind immediately predicts rejection. But the prediction came from somewhere. Your brain has learned from previous experiences. Every interaction, every emotional event, every repeated habit, and every environment you have spent time in contributes to the patterns your brain uses to interpret the present. That means your thoughts are partly shaped by what you have experienced before. Consider a person who has been repeatedly criticized. Eventually, criticism may become something their brain watches for. A neutral comment can feel threatening. A simple suggestion can sound like an attack. Another person, with a different history, may hear the same sentence and think nothing of it. Same words, different internal prediction, different thought, different emotional response. This does not mean your past completely controls you. It means your past helps build the mental models you use to understand the present. And your brain does something even more surprising. It does not just remember what happened. It learns what to expect. If a certain behavior has repeatedly led to pain, your brain may begin warning you before the situation happens again. That warning can appear as a thought. Do not trust this person. Something is wrong. Get out. Be careful. You may experience that thought as intuition. Sometimes it can be useful pattern recognition. But sometimes it can also be an old prediction wearing the costume of certainty. That distinction matters. Because if you believe every automatic thought, you can end up living according to predictions you never consciously chose. You avoid people because your mind predicts rejection. You avoid opportunities because your mind predicts failure. You stay inside familiar routines because your brain predicts that change will be dangerous. You may even sabotage something good because uncertainty feels more threatening than disappointment you already understand. The thought arrives. You believe it. Then you act. And the action creates another experience that teaches the brain something new. That is how mental patterns can become self-reinforcing. But there is a way to interrupt the cycle. You can become curious about the moment a thought appears. Instead of immediately asking, "Is this true?" you can sometimes ask, "Why did my mind produce this thought right now? What happened immediately before it? What emotion was already present? What memory might this situation resemble? What am I expecting to happen?" Those questions create distance between you and the automatic story. And that distance is incredibly valuable. Because you may discover that some thoughts are useful information. Some are predictions, some are memories, some are fears, some are habits, some are emotional reactions looking for an explanation, and some are simply random mental noise. The important thing is that you do not have to treat all of them as instructions. Your mind is constantly generating possibilities. Consciousness gives you the opportunity to examine them. Think about that the next time a thought suddenly appears. You did not necessarily choose its arrival. You may not even know exactly where it came from. But now that you have noticed it, something has changed. The thought is no longer completely hidden. You can look at it. You can question it. You can decide whether it deserves your attention. And perhaps that is where real mental freedom begins. Not by controlling every thought before it appears, because the brain will always generate thoughts beyond conscious control, but by learning what to do with the thoughts once you finally notice them. The borderland between awareness and unawareness. There is a strange moment that happens just before you realize something. You may have been staring at a problem for an hour, completely stuck, and then suddenly the answer appears. It feels like it came from nowhere, but it probably did not. Something was happening beneath your awareness long before the answer entered your conscious mind. That strange space between not knowing and suddenly knowing is one of the most fascinating places in the human mind. Because consciousness is not simply an on and off switch. You are not either completely aware or completely unaware. There is a huge borderland in between. Think about walking through your house at night. You hear a sound from another room. Before you consciously identify it, your body has already reacted. Your attention shifts. Your muscles tighten slightly. You listen more carefully. Your brain starts searching through possibilities. Was that the floor? A door? The wind? Someone moving? You have not consciously decided to become alert. Your brain did it for you. And then, perhaps a second later, you recognize the sound. It was only the refrigerator. The threat disappears. But notice what just happened. There was a period when something had entered your awareness without becoming fully understood. You were aware that something was happening. You were not yet aware of what it was. That middle ground is everywhere. You can see a person's face and recognize that something feels familiar before remembering their name. You can hear a word and know that you know it, while being unable to retrieve its meaning. You can walk into a room and feel that you came there for a reason, while having no idea what that reason was. You can feel uneasy around someone without knowing exactly why. Your mind can contain information that has not yet become a clear conscious thought. And this is where things become much more interesting. Sometimes the brain is processing information that you are not consciously aware of at all. Your eyes are receiving an enormous amount of information every second, but consciousness only gives you access to a tiny fraction of it. You do not consciously experience every shadow in the room. You do not consciously analyze every sound. You do not consciously track every movement around you. Your brain filters. It prioritizes. It predicts. It decides what deserves the spotlight, and most of what does not make the cut simply remains outside your conscious experience. This filtering is not a flaw. It is necessary. Imagine if you consciously experienced every sensation from your skin, every sound in the environment, every movement in your peripheral vision, every detail of your surroundings, and every internal signal coming from your body. You would be overwhelmed almost instantly, so your brain creates a manageable version of reality. It gives you enough information to function while keeping an enormous amount of processing in the background. That means the world you consciously experience is not the entire world your brain is processing. It is a selected version, and sometimes something from the background suddenly crosses the border. You hear your name in a crowded room. You suddenly notice a smell. You realize that you have been clenching your jaw. You become aware that your mood has changed. You notice that your thoughts have been racing for the last 10 minutes. The information was there before you noticed it. Awareness did not necessarily create it. Awareness revealed it. This is why becoming more self-aware can sometimes feel uncomfortable. You start noticing things that were already happening. You realize how often your attention drifts. You notice how quickly you judge people. You notice how often you reach for your phone when you are bored. You notice the physical tension that appears whenever you are uncertain. You notice the stories your mind creates when someone does not respond. And suddenly, behaviors that once felt automatic become visible. That can be unsettling, because once something becomes visible, it becomes much harder to pretend it is not happening. Imagine someone who constantly checks their phone whenever they feel uncomfortable. Before they notice the pattern, it simply feels like normal phone use. But one day they pause. They realize they only reach for the phone when they feel anxious, bored, lonely, or uncertain. The behavior was never random. There was a trigger. There was an internal state. Then there was the behavior. Awareness exposed the sequence. And once you can see the sequence, you can begin to question it. This is one of the most important things about the borderland between awareness and unawareness. It is where automatic processes can become conscious patterns. Something begins as a feeling. Then it becomes a sensation you notice. Then you recognize the thought connected to it. Then you begin to understand the pattern. And suddenly, what once controlled you without being seen becomes something you can examine. This is not about becoming perfectly aware of everything happening inside your mind. That is impossible. Your brain will always process more information than you can consciously experience. There will always be things happening beneath the surface. The goal is not total awareness. The goal is greater awareness. A little more noticing. A little more curiosity. A little less automatic reaction. Because sometimes the most important moment is not when you make a decision. It is the moment before the decision, when something inside you is beginning to move. You feel the urge to speak. You feel the urge to run. You feel the urge to check your phone. You feel the urge to defend yourself. You feel the urge to say yes even though you want to say no. That moment is incredibly valuable. Because the impulse is present, but the action has not happened yet. You are standing at the border. On one side is automatic behavior. On the other is conscious choice. And for a brief moment, you can see both. That tiny space may be one of the most powerful features of human consciousness. You cannot control everything that enters your mind. You cannot prevent every emotion. You cannot stop every automatic reaction from beginning. But you can learn to recognize what is happening sooner. And the sooner you notice, the more possibilities you have. A feeling can become information instead of an instruction. A thought can become something you examine instead of something you obey. An impulse can become something you pause before acting on. That is what makes the borderland between awareness and unawareness so important. It is not an empty space. It is where hidden processes begin to reveal themselves. And sometimes, the moment you finally notice what your mind has been doing all along is the moment you realize that awareness was there much earlier than you thought. The hidden intelligence of the subconscious mind. You are walking down a street you have never visited before, looking for an address. You turn a corner, glance at a building, and suddenly slow down. You do not know why. Something about the place feels familiar. Maybe it is the shape of the entrance. Maybe the color of the walls. Maybe the way the street bends. You cannot identify the exact detail, but your mind has already made a connection. Then, a few seconds later, you remember. You have been here before. That little moment reveals something extraordinary about the mind. Your brain can recognize patterns before your conscious mind understands what it is recognizing. And this happens far more often than you realize. We tend to think intelligence means solving a problem consciously. We imagine intelligence as sitting down, thinking carefully, comparing options, and reaching a conclusion. But your mind has another kind of intelligence. It can process enormous amounts of information quietly. It can notice patterns. It can compare the present with the past. It can predict what might happen next. It can guide your attention. It can influence your decisions. And it can sometimes reach a conclusion before you can explain how you got there. This is one reason intuition can feel almost mysterious. Imagine an experienced doctor meeting a patient. Within moments, the doctor may sense that something is not quite right. That does not necessarily mean the doctor has supernatural intuition. Years of experience have trained the brain to recognize patterns. The doctor has seen countless combinations of symptoms, behaviors, physical signals, and patient histories. The conscious mind may not be able to list every detail being processed, but the brain can compare the current situation with thousands of previous experiences. The result can arrive as a feeling. Something is wrong. Then the conscious investigation begins. Tests are ordered. Questions are asked. Evidence is gathered. The feeling itself is not proof, but it can direct attention toward something worth examining. That is an important distinction. The subconscious is not an all-knowing genius. It can be brilliant at pattern recognition, but it can also be wrong. It can learn useful patterns. It can also learn harmful ones. And this is where the hidden intelligence of the mind becomes much more complicated. Your subconscious does not understand reality the way you consciously understand it. It learns through repetition. If you repeatedly experience something, your brain starts paying attention to the pattern. If checking your phone makes you feel better when you are anxious, your brain can learn that connection. If avoiding a difficult conversation immediately reduces your stress, your brain can learn that avoidance brings relief. If a certain environment repeatedly makes you feel unsafe, your nervous system can become more alert whenever something reminds you of it. Eventually, the response can become automatic. You no longer have to consciously decide. The pattern is already learned. This is why habits can feel strangely powerful. You know what you want to do. You know what would probably be better for you. And yet, when the familiar trigger appears, your body and mind seem to move in a completely different direction. That is not necessarily a lack of intelligence. It can be learned intelligence operating toward an old goal. Your brain learned that a particular behavior produced a particular outcome, so it keeps predicting that the behavior is useful, even when your conscious goals have changed. Think about someone who constantly procrastinates. It is easy to say they are lazy, but the deeper mechanism can be much more interesting. They sit down to work. The task feels difficult. Their brain predicts discomfort. They open a social media app. The discomfort drops. For the brain, that is useful information. Avoidance produced immediate relief, so the pattern becomes stronger. Next time the task appears, the brain remembers. Work means discomfort. Phone means relief. The person may consciously hate the habit, but the deeper learning system keeps reinforcing it. This is why understanding behavior can be more powerful than simply judging it. You can ask what the behavior is accomplishing. What does it protect you from? What feeling does it reduce? What reward does it provide? What prediction is the brain making? Those questions reveal another layer of intelligence underneath the behavior. Your subconscious is constantly trying to predict what will keep you safe, comfortable, connected, or rewarded. Sometimes those predictions are useful. Sometimes they are outdated. And sometimes they can keep you trapped inside patterns that made sense years ago, but no longer fit your life. There is another fascinating example of this in creativity. Have you ever struggled with a problem, walked away from it, and then suddenly had the answer while taking a shower or going for a walk? It can feel like the solution appeared from nowhere, but your brain may have continued working on the problem in the background. You stopped consciously focusing on it. Your attention moved somewhere else, but the information was still being processed and connected. Then, when the pieces finally came together strongly enough, the solution entered conscious awareness. That sudden moment of insight can feel magical, but underneath, it may be the quiet work of a brain that never completely stopped processing the problem. This is why forcing yourself to think harder is not always the best way to solve something. Sometimes stepping away gives the mind space to reorganize information. The hidden system keeps working, and consciousness receives the result later. But here is where we need to be careful. The subconscious is not a mystical second brain. It does not secretly know everything. It does not always know what is best for you. It is a collection of processes shaped by biology, learning, memory, emotion, attention, and experience. Its intelligence is powerful because it can process information quickly and automatically. Its weakness is that it can also operate on incomplete information. A fear learned in childhood can continue influencing an adult. A stereotype learned from the environment can influence judgment without conscious intention. A painful experience can create an expectation that is no longer accurate. A habit that once protected you can eventually become the thing holding you back. That means the hidden intelligence inside you deserves neither blind trust nor complete rejection. It deserves examination. When you have a strong gut feeling, ask what pattern might be producing it. When you have a sudden emotional reaction, ask what your brain might be predicting. When you repeat a behavior you do not understand, ask what reward or relief is reinforcing it. When a solution suddenly appears, consider what information your mind may have been connecting in the background. The more you ask these questions, the more fascinating your own behavior becomes. You begin to realize that intelligence is not always loud. Sometimes it is the quiet recognition that something feels familiar. Sometimes it is the automatic adjustment that keeps you balanced. Sometimes it is the instinct that directs your attention toward a problem. Sometimes it is the unexpected solution that appears after you stop trying to force it. And sometimes, that same hidden intelligence can lead you in completely the wrong direction. That is the paradox. The subconscious mind can be remarkably sophisticated and remarkably mistaken at the same time. It is constantly learning, constantly predicting, constantly adapting, and most of its work happens without asking your permission. But once you begin noticing the patterns behind your automatic reactions, something changes. You stop seeing your subconscious as some mysterious force controlling you from the shadows. You begin seeing it as a system that has been learning from your entire life. And if it learned those patterns, then perhaps some of those patterns can be examined, updated, and changed. The hidden intelligence of your mind may not be a secret superpower. It may be something more useful. a vast system of learning operating beneath awareness, quietly shaping the person you become before you even realize it is happening. Why the mind conceals certain truths from itself. Sometimes the truth is right in front of you, and somehow you still cannot see it. You know a relationship is no longer making you happy, but you keep finding reasons to stay. You know a habit is hurting you, but every time you try to change it, you somehow return to the same behavior. You know you are exhausted, but you keep telling yourself you are fine. You know a certain decision is probably wrong, yet you keep searching for reasons why it might still work. And the strangest part is that nobody has to hide the truth from you. Your own mind can do it. Not because your mind is deliberately trying to deceive you like some villain hiding evidence. Something much more complicated is happening. Your brain is constantly trying to protect your sense of stability. And sometimes, a truth can feel more threatening than a lie. Imagine someone who has spent 10 years believing they are happy in a particular life. Their job gives them status. Their routine feels secure. Their relationships look fine from the outside. Then, one quiet evening, they realize something. I do not actually want this life anymore. That realization can create a problem much bigger than sadness. If they accept it, they may have to change things. They may have to disappoint people. They may have to admit that years of effort did not lead where they expected. They may have to face uncertainty. So instead of accepting the uncomfortable realization, the mind begins producing alternatives. Maybe I am just tired. Maybe next year will be different. Maybe everyone feels this way. Maybe I should just be grateful. Notice what happened. The truth did not disappear. The mind simply created enough explanation around it to make the truth easier to avoid. This is one of the most powerful forms of psychological protection. People are not always defending themselves against facts. Sometimes they are defending themselves against what accepting those facts would require. That is why cognitive dissonance can be so powerful. When your behavior, beliefs, and reality do not match, the mind experiences tension. If you believe you are a kind person but realize you deliberately hurt someone, there is a conflict. If you believe you make rational decisions but discover that emotion influenced a major choice, there is a conflict. If you believe someone deeply cares about you but their behavior repeatedly shows otherwise, there is a conflict. The brain naturally wants that tension reduced, and one way to reduce it is to change the interpretation. Maybe they did not mean it. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it is not that serious. Maybe I am overreacting. Maybe I am the problem. Sometimes those explanations are accurate, but sometimes they are mental escape routes, and they can become so convincing that you genuinely believe them. That is what makes self-deception so interesting. You do not always know that you are doing it. If you consciously knew you were lying to yourself, the protection would not work very well. The mind has to make the alternative explanation feel believable. This is why people can defend decisions that clearly hurt them. They may not be pretending. They may sincerely believe the story they are telling themselves. Their brain has organized the evidence in a way that protects a deeper belief. And this happens in ordinary situations all the time. Think about someone who keeps checking their phone for a message from a person who rarely responds. They might tell themselves they are simply being patient, but underneath that explanation may be a harder truth. They are waiting for validation. Admitting that can hurt, because it means confronting how much emotional power they have given another person. So the mind focuses on the possibility that the next message will be different. Hope can become a shield against disappointment. The same thing happens with failure. Imagine someone who repeatedly avoids starting a project because they are afraid they will not be good enough. Consciously, they might say they are waiting for the right time. They need more information. They are too busy. They will start tomorrow. But if they actually begin, they risk discovering that they are not as capable as they hoped. So procrastination protects them. As long as they never truly try, they never have to confront the possibility of failure. The mind has created a comfortable explanation for avoidance. And this is why some of our most stubborn patterns are not caused by a lack of knowledge. We often know exactly what we should do. The problem is that knowing the truth can come with an emotional cost. Change can threaten identity. Admitting a mistake can threaten pride. Leaving a familiar situation can threaten security. Accepting rejection can threaten self-worth. Acknowledging that someone does not love us the way we hoped can threaten the entire story we built around that relationship. So the mind negotiates. It delays. It rationalizes. It minimizes. It distracts. It changes the subject. And sometimes it creates an entirely different explanation. But there is something important to understand. This protective behavior is not always bad. Your mind has evolved to help you function under pressure. If you consciously analyzed every painful thought, every uncertainty, and every possible threat all day, you would become overwhelmed. Psychological defenses can give you temporary stability. They can help you keep functioning when something is too painful to process immediately. The problem begins when temporary protection becomes permanent avoidance. A wound that is never examined can continue influencing your behavior. A fear that is never questioned can become a rule. A belief that is never challenged can become an identity. And eventually, you may forget that it was ever a belief. You simply experience it as reality. That is when self-awareness becomes important. Not because you should constantly doubt yourself, but because sometimes the most valuable question is also the most uncomfortable one. What truth would I have to accept if I stopped defending this situation? That question can expose a lot. Maybe you are not confused. Maybe you are afraid of the answer. Maybe you are not waiting for the right time. Maybe you are afraid to begin. Maybe you do not actually miss that person. Maybe you miss how you felt when they wanted you. Maybe you are not angry because of what happened today. Maybe today simply touched an older wound. These realizations can hurt, but they can also be liberating. Because once you can see what your mind has been protecting, you have more freedom to decide whether you still need that protection. And this is the strange paradox of the human mind. Sometimes the truth hurts because it changes the story you were using to understand yourself. But avoiding the truth does not make the underlying reality disappear. It simply pushes the conflict deeper. The mind can hide a truth from your conscious awareness for a while. It can distract you from it. It can reinterpret it. It can surround it with explanations. But somewhere beneath all those explanations, the original tension may still remain. You feel it in the behavior you keep repeating. You feel it in the emotion that keeps returning. You feel it in the decision you keep postponing. You feel it in that quiet moment when everything becomes still and you suddenly know something you have been trying not to know. And perhaps that is why some truths do not arrive as dramatic revelations. Sometimes they arrive as a feeling you keep having, a question you keep avoiding, a pattern you keep repeating, a discomfort you cannot explain. Your mind may be protecting you from the truth, but sometimes that protection is also the very thing keeping you from changing your life. And the moment you become willing to look directly at what your mind has been avoiding, the hidden truth becomes something different. It stops being a threat. It becomes information. The mystery of inner voices and silent thought. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine saying your own name inside your head. You did not speak. Your mouth did not move. No sound entered the room, and yet somehow you heard it. Not through your ears. You experienced it inside your mind. That strange ability is so ordinary that we barely question it. You can have an entire conversation without saying a single word. You can argue with someone who is not there. You can rehearse something you are about to say. You can remember the exact way someone spoke to you years ago. You can silently read a sentence and somehow experience its meaning almost instantly. But what exactly is that inner voice? And why does thought sometimes feel like language, while at other times it feels completely silent? Most people assume thinking means talking to yourself inside your head. But not every thought is verbal. Sometimes you think in images. Sometimes you think through sensations. Sometimes you simply know something without putting it into words. You can picture your childhood home without describing it. You can recognize someone's face without silently listing their features. You can feel that something is wrong without having a sentence explaining why. Your conscious experience is much more flexible than simple inner speech. And once you notice that, the mystery becomes deeper, because the voice inside your head can feel incredibly personal. It can sound like you. It can criticize you, encourage you, question you, replay conversations, predict future events. It can say things you completely agree with, and sometimes it can say things you absolutely hate. That raises an uncomfortable question. If a thought appears in your mind, and you did not consciously choose to create it, why does it still feel like your thought? The answer begins with how the brain generates mental content. Your brain is constantly producing predictions, associations, memories, and interpretations. Language is one of the tools it uses to organize those processes. When you silently talk to yourself, brain systems involved in language and inner speech become active, even though you are not physically speaking. You are essentially using the machinery of language without sending the final command to your vocal system. That is why silent reading can sometimes feel almost like hearing a voice. You know how the words would sound. You experience their rhythm. You may even give them a particular tone. But there is no sound in the outside world. This inner speech can be extremely useful. It helps you plan. You can tell yourself what to do next. It helps you regulate emotions. You can remind yourself to stay calm. It helps you solve problems. You can mentally walk through different possibilities before acting. It helps you understand yourself. You can put a confusing emotion into words and suddenly make sense of it. But inner speech can also become repetitive. Think about the last time you made a mistake. Maybe you said something awkward. Maybe you made the wrong decision. Maybe you embarrassed yourself. The event ended. But the conversation continued inside your head. You replayed what happened. You imagined what you should have said. You created better responses. You analyzed the other person's reaction. You replayed the entire situation again and again. The outside event lasted a few minutes. The internal version lasted hours. That is the power of inner speech. It can recreate an experience long after the experience is over. Your body may be sitting safely in your room, while your mind is reconstructing a moment from years ago, and your nervous system can respond to that mental reconstruction as if it matters right now. This is one reason rumination can feel so exhausting. The mind keeps reopening the same file. But here is something fascinating. You can also observe the inner voice. You can notice that you are thinking. You can hear yourself criticizing yourself and recognize that the criticism is happening. That creates another layer. There is the thought. And there is awareness of the thought. You can silently say, I am going to fail. Then you can notice, I am having the thought that I am going to fail. Those two experiences are very different. The first feels like a prediction. The second recognizes it as mental activity. That small distinction can create distance, and sometimes that distance is enough to stop a thought from controlling your behavior. But not everyone experiences inner speech in the same way. Some people have a constant internal monologue. Others experience thoughts more as fragments, images, sensations, or concepts. Some people can deliberately create a voice in their head. Others rarely experience deliberate inner speech. There is no single universal form of thinking. Human consciousness is much more varied than that, and this becomes particularly interesting when you consider how quickly the mind can switch between different modes. You might be silently talking to yourself while planning your day. Then suddenly you picture a place. Then you remember a smell. Then an emotion appears. Then you start mentally rehearsing a conversation. All of this can happen within seconds. Your mind is not a single channel. It is more like a constantly shifting network of experiences. Words are one part. Images are another. Emotions are another. Memory is another. Attention connects them, and consciousness moves through them. This also explains why your inner voice can sometimes feel like it has a personality of its own. You may catch yourself saying something surprisingly harsh. Where did that come from? Maybe it is an old belief. Maybe it is something someone once said to you. Maybe it is a learned way of motivating yourself. Maybe it is fear disguised as criticism. The voice feels like you because it is happening inside your mind. But that does not mean every statement it produces represents your deepest values. Your mind contains learned patterns. Some are useful. Some are outdated. Some were inherited from the people and environments around you. You may have spent years hearing a certain type of criticism, and eventually that criticism became part of your internal language. The external voice became an internal voice, and because you hear it in your own mind, you may assume it must be true. But familiarity is not proof. A thought can be familiar and still be wrong. A thought can be loud and still be meaningless. A thought can feel deeply personal and still be something you learned. That is why paying attention to the texture of your inner speech can reveal so much about you. What does your mind say when you make a mistake? What does it say when you succeed? What does it say when someone rejects you? What does it say when you are alone? The answers can reveal the hidden rules you have been carrying for years. And perhaps the strangest part of silent thought is that you can change your relationship with that inner voice without trying to silence it completely. You do not need an empty mind. You do not need to eliminate every thought. You simply need to recognize that thinking is something your mind does. It is not necessarily a command. It is not always a fact. It is not always your final decision. Sometimes it is a question. Sometimes it is a memory. Sometimes it is fear. Sometimes it is imagination. Sometimes it is the mind rehearsing a future that may never happen. And sometimes it is just noise passing through awareness. The mystery is not that you have an inner voice. The mystery is that you can hear that voice without using your ears, question it without another person being present, and observe it while knowing that it is happening inside you. You are thinking. You are aware that you are thinking. And then, for a brief moment, you can become aware of the awareness itself. That is where silent thought stops being just a mental habit and becomes something much deeper. It becomes a window into the strange architecture of consciousness itself. How the brain creates the feeling of I. Have you ever stopped and asked yourself what makes you feel like you are you? Not your name, not your face, not your job, not your memories. I mean that strange feeling of being the person behind your eyes. The one who is experiencing this moment. The one who remembers yesterday. The one who imagines tomorrow. The one who feels like the same person who woke up this morning. It feels completely obvious. You feel like there is a single you sitting inside your head, moving through life and experiencing everything from one continuous point of view. But when scientists and psychologists look closely at how the brain constructs this experience, something much stranger appears. The feeling of being a self may not come from one single place in the brain. It may be something your brain continuously builds. Think about what happens when you look in a mirror. You immediately recognize the face staring back at you as your own. You do not consciously calculate the distance between your eyes, the shape of your nose, the movement of your mouth, and the position of your body before reaching that conclusion. Your brain simply gives you the experience. That is me. But the sense of self goes far beyond recognizing your face. Your brain is constantly collecting information from your body, your memories, your emotions, your surroundings, and your current goals. It combines all of this information into a coherent model, and that model gives you the feeling of being one continuous person. You wake up. You remember who you are. You recognize your room. You remember what happened yesterday. You know what you are supposed to do today. The pieces connect. And because they connect so smoothly, you rarely notice that your brain is doing anything at all. You simply experience yourself as yourself. But consider how strange that continuity really is. You are not physically the exact same collection of molecules you were years ago. Your opinions have changed. Your body has changed. Your relationships have changed. Your memories have changed. Your personality may have changed. And yet, you still feel like the same person. Why? Part of the answer appears to involve memory. Your memories create a story connecting different moments of your life. You remember being a child. You remember embarrassing moments. You remember people you loved. You remember choices you made. You remember things you regret. The brain links these experiences together and creates a sense of continuity. This happened to me. I did that. I felt that. I became this person because of those experiences. The result is a personal narrative, and that narrative becomes part of what you call yourself. But memory is not a perfect recording. It is reconstructed. Every time you remember something, your brain is rebuilding that memory from stored information, emotions, context, and what you currently believe. That means the story of who you are can change without you realizing it. You may remember yourself as shy because you have a collection of memories that support that identity. Someone else might remember you as confident because they experienced a completely different side of you. Both versions can feel true. And this reveals something important. The self is not simply a list of facts. It is an interpretation. Your brain constantly asks, in effect, what kind of person am I? Then it gathers evidence. If you repeatedly tell yourself that you are bad at something, you notice failures that support the belief. If you begin seeing yourself as capable, you may start noticing evidence that supports that identity instead. The brain loves consistency. Once an identity becomes established, your mind tends to interpret new experiences through that identity. This can be helpful. A stable sense of self gives you direction. It helps you make decisions. It helps you understand your responsibilities. It allows you to say, "This is what I value. This is what I want. This is what I will not accept." But the same stability can become a prison, because once you strongly identify with a certain version of yourself, anything that challenges it can feel threatening. Imagine someone who thinks of themselves as a failure. They get an opportunity, they succeed. Instead of changing their self-image, they may dismiss the achievement. "I got lucky. It was easy. Anyone could have done it." The evidence contradicts the identity, so the mind explains the evidence away. Now imagine the opposite. Someone believes they are always right. When they make a mistake, they may blame someone else. Again, the brain protects the existing model of the self. This is why identity can be so powerful. You are not only trying to understand the world, your brain is also trying to maintain a coherent understanding of who you are within that world. And there is another layer that makes this even stranger. Your sense of self is deeply connected to your body. Close your eyes and notice your hands. You do not need to look them to know they are yours. You can feel their position. You know where your body is in space. You can feel your breathing. You can sense your heartbeat. You can detect hunger, tension, warmth, discomfort, and movement. All of this information helps your brain construct a continuous sense of being located inside a body. That is why changes in body position can sometimes change your psychological experience. Your brain is constantly integrating signals from the body with information from the outside world. And the result is a feeling that there is someone here experiencing all of this. That feeling is so immediate that questioning it can seem almost impossible. But think about sleep. During a deep dream, your sense of self can change dramatically. You can become another person. You can be somewhere impossible. You can have a different body. You can experience events that make no logical sense. And while the dream is happening, it can feel completely real. The brain has created a temporary world and placed a temporary self inside it. Then you wake up. Suddenly you remember who you are. Your room returns. Your body becomes familiar again. The story reconnects. The feeling of I returns to its normal form. That does not mean the self is fake. It means the experience of self is something the brain actively maintains. And perhaps that is the most important distinction. Your sense of self is constructed, but constructed does not mean imaginary. Your brain constructs your perception of color, sound, time, space, and even your own body. These experiences are real because your nervous system is generating them in response to information. The feeling of I works in a similar way. It is an incredibly useful model. It allows you to plan, to remember, to learn, to protect yourself, to build relationships, to imagine the future, to take responsibility for your actions. But because the model is so convincing, you can forget that it is a model. You begin thinking that you are exactly the story your mind tells about you. And that is where things become interesting. Because if the brain is continuously updating the feeling of who you are, then your identity may be more flexible than you think. You are not required to remain the person you were 5 years ago. You are not even required to remain the person you were yesterday. Your brain is constantly receiving new information. New experiences can change old beliefs. New memories can reshape old stories. New choices can create new patterns. The feeling of I continues, but what that I means can evolve. And maybe that is the hidden truth behind the experience of being yourself. You spend your entire life feeling like there is one permanent person inside you. But underneath that powerful feeling is a living system constantly connecting memory, body, emotion, attention, and experience into one continuous story. The brain creates the feeling of I so smoothly that you rarely notice the construction. You simply wake up and feel like yourself. And perhaps the deeper mystery is not why you have a self. It is how your brain manages to make that self feel continuous, personal, and undeniably real, even while almost everything about you is constantly changing. The invisible forces behind our decisions. You make hundreds of decisions every day, and most of them feel completely personal. You decide who to trust, what to eat, whether to answer a message, what to buy, where to go, and what to avoid. In your own experience, it feels like you are the one sitting there, considering the options and choosing what happens next. But there is something strange about that feeling. By the time you become consciously aware of your decision, your brain may have already been processing influences that you never noticed. Think about the last time you met someone and immediately felt comfortable around them. They had barely spoken, yet something about them felt familiar. Maybe it was their expression, their voice, their posture, or simply the way they carried themselves. You probably did not consciously analyze any of those details. You just felt that you liked them. Now imagine meeting someone else who has done absolutely nothing wrong, yet you instantly feel uneasy. You might call it intuition. Sometimes that feeling can be useful because your brain has recognized subtle patterns from previous experiences. But sometimes it can be misleading because the person may simply remind you of someone or something from your past. Your brain is constantly comparing the present with everything it has learned before. It remembers what felt safe, what caused pain, what produced rewards, and what usually happened after certain situations. It uses that information to make predictions, and those predictions can influence your choices before you consciously realize they are influencing you. Imagine two people being offered the exact same opportunity. One person feels excited immediately. The other feels nervous and starts looking for reasons to refuse. The opportunity is identical, but their internal predictions are completely different. One brain is expecting growth, the other is expecting failure or disappointment. So when each person makes a decision, both may feel that their choice is obvious. They are not necessarily responding to the same reality. They are responding to reality filtered through different histories. This is why your past can quietly shape your present. If you have experienced rejection repeatedly, your brain may become highly sensitive to signs that someone is pulling away. A delayed message might feel meaningful. A different tone might seem threatening. A small change in someone's behavior can suddenly trigger a strong emotional response. Another person might experience the same situation and think nothing of it. The difference is not necessarily intelligence. Their brains simply learned different expectations. And then emotion enters the picture. We often imagine that rational decisions happen when emotion stays out of the way. But your emotions are not just distractions. They help determine what matters to you. They influence what you notice, what you remember, and how much importance you give to different outcomes. When you are calm, a difficult decision may seem manageable. When you are exhausted, the same decision can feel impossible. When you are angry, proving your point may seem more important than protecting a relationship. When you are afraid, avoiding risk can feel more important than pursuing an opportunity. The facts may not have changed, but your internal state has changed, and that can completely change the decision you make. This is why you can sometimes look back at something you did and genuinely wonder what you were thinking. You were thinking, but you were thinking from a particular emotional state. The version of you who made that decision had different fears, expectations, and priorities than the version of you looking back later. There is another force influencing your choices that is even harder to notice because it surrounds you constantly. Other people. Human beings are deeply affected by social information. We notice what people admire, what they criticize, what they buy, what they fear, and what they consider successful. You can develop a desire simply because you have watched other people desire the same thing. You can decide something is valuable because everyone around you treats it as valuable. You can even change an opinion because the people you respect seem certain that you are wrong. The strange part is that social influence rarely feels like someone controlling you. It feels like your own preference. That is what makes it powerful. Your brain is constantly learning what is normal from the environment around you. And once something feels normal, it can begin to feel natural, correct, or obvious. You may never consciously question where the preference came from. This happens with careers, relationships, money, appearance, success, and even identity. You can spend years chasing a goal because you were taught that achieving it would make you happy, only to reach it and discover that the satisfaction you expected never arrived. So how do you know which decisions are actually yours? You start by becoming curious about what is happening underneath the decision. Before making an important choice, ask yourself what you are really responding to. Are you choosing this because you genuinely want it, or because it feels familiar? Are you avoiding something because it is truly wrong for you, or because it makes you uncomfortable? Do you believe something because you examined the evidence, or because you have heard it repeatedly? Are you pursuing this goal because it matters to you, or because you want approval from other people? These questions do not make you perfectly rational. Nothing can do that. But they create something extremely valuable. A pause between influence and action, and inside that pause, you may notice something you never noticed before. You may discover that a fear is actually an old prediction. You may realize that a desire came from comparison. You may recognize that an instinct is based on experience, while another instinct is based on an outdated memory. The goal is not to eliminate these invisible forces. You cannot. Your past will always influence you. Your emotions will always matter. Your environment will always affect you. Other people will always shape you to some degree. The real goal is to see the forces clearly enough that they no longer operate completely in the dark. Because once you recognize what is influencing you, you can question it. And once you can question it, you can choose. That may be one of the deepest forms of freedom available to you. Not the freedom to make decisions without influence, because that is probably impossible, but the freedom to become aware of the influences shaping your decisions and decide which ones deserve to guide your life. Memories that shape us without our permission. You can forget an event and still be influenced by it. We usually imagine memory as something simple. Something happened, we remember it, and then we move on. But the human mind does not work that neatly. Some experiences remain as clear stories you can describe years later. Others leave behind expectations, emotional reactions, habits, and patterns that continue shaping you even when you are no longer consciously thinking about what happened. Imagine meeting someone for the first time and immediately feeling uncomfortable around them. They have not insulted you or threatened you, yet something about their voice, expression, or manner makes you want to keep your distance. You cannot explain the feeling, so you simply decide that you do not like them. But your brain may already be comparing this person with patterns it learned long ago. Their voice might resemble someone you once feared. Their behavior might remind you of a situation where you felt powerless. You may not consciously remember the original connection, but your brain can still recognize something familiar and prepare you to react. This is one of the most fascinating things about memory. The past does not have to appear as a conscious story to influence the present. Your experiences can become part of the way your brain predicts what is about to happen. Every repeated interaction teaches your nervous system something about the world. It learns what feels safe, what feels threatening, what leads to rejection, what brings comfort, and what deserves attention. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. You do not consciously calculate every movement once you have practiced enough. Your body remembers the pattern. You simply ride. Emotional learning can work in a similar way. If your brain repeatedly connects a situation with embarrassment, rejection, fear, or safety, that connection can eventually become automatic. Later, something that resembles the original situation can trigger the learned response before you have time to consciously understand it. That is why your strongest reactions can sometimes seem larger than the situation itself. Someone makes a small comment, and you suddenly feel deeply hurt. Someone takes longer to respond, and your mind immediately starts expecting rejection. You make one mistake and suddenly feel as though you have failed completely. The present event may be small, but your brain does not experience it alone. It compares the moment with previous experiences and uses those experiences to predict what comes next. A person who grew up around constant criticism may become extremely sensitive to correction. A simple suggestion can feel like an attack because their brain learned that criticism was connected with shame or rejection. Another person can hear the same words and think nothing of them. The words are identical, but the history behind the reaction is different. And you do not need to consciously remember every experience for it to influence you. This does not mean every unexplained emotion must come from some hidden painful memory. Sometimes you are reacting to exactly what is happening now. But memory is one of the systems your brain uses to make predictions, and those predictions can operate outside your immediate awareness. But an old prediction can also become outdated. Imagine someone who was embarrassed while speaking in front of a group years ago. They may later avoid public speaking even after becoming more capable and prepared. Their conscious mind knows they can handle it, but another part of the system still remembers the emotional pattern. The situation has changed, but the prediction has not. The same thing can happen in relationships. If you were repeatedly ignored in the past, you may become highly alert to changes in someone's attention. A delayed message can trigger anxiety even when there are harmless explanations. You may know intellectually that this person is different, yet your emotional system reacts as though the old situation is happening again. This is why knowing something intellectually does not always change how you feel. You can tell yourself that you are safe, that the situation is different, or that this person has given you no reason to worry. Yet your body can still react before your conscious reasoning catches up. The important thing is not to treat every reaction as proof that something hidden happened to you. Instead, become curious about the pattern. When you feel an unusually strong response, ask what you are expecting to happen. Ask whether the reaction fits the situation in front of you, or whether your mind might be using an older prediction. You may not find a clear answer, and that is okay. The goal is awareness, not forcing an explanation. Because once you notice the pattern, you create space between memory and action. You can feel anxious without immediately escaping. You can feel rejected without immediately withdrawing. You can become defensive without attacking. You can recognize an old emotional response without assuming that the present deserves the same reaction. And this is where memory becomes more than a record of your past. It becomes part of the machinery that predicts your future. Every repeated experience teaches your brain something about people, relationships, danger, success, failure, and even about yourself. Those lessons can become so familiar that they begin to feel like facts. But learned does not mean permanent. Your brain can update its predictions through new experiences. Someone who once feared speaking can discover that speaking does not always lead to humiliation. Someone who expects rejection can experience relationships where communication is consistent and safe. Someone who learned to fear uncertainty can discover that uncertainty does not automatically mean danger. You did not consciously choose every memory that shaped you. You did not decide which experiences would become emotional patterns. But you can become aware of what those memories are still teaching your brain. Your past may explain some of your reactions, but it does not have to control your future. A memory can remain part of your story without remaining in charge of the story. Sometimes the real breakthrough is realizing that your mind is still expecting something to happen again, and finally asking whether that expectation belongs to the present or only to the past. The mind's ability to watch itself. There is something strange happening every time you notice your own thoughts. You are not only thinking, you are also aware that you are thinking. You can catch yourself worrying, notice that you are getting angry, recognize that your attention has wandered, and even observe the voice inside your head commenting on what is happening. For a moment, the mind becomes both the thing being observed and the observer. That strange ability may be one of the deepest features of human consciousness. Think about what happens when you are having an argument. In the middle of the conversation, you may suddenly realize that your voice has become louder, your body is tense, and you are no longer listening carefully. That realization changes the experience. A few seconds earlier, you were simply angry. Now you are aware of yourself being angry. There is a new layer of consciousness between the emotion and your reaction. That layer matters more than most people realize. Your first emotional response often happens automatically. You cannot always decide when irritation appears, when fear rises, or when an unwanted thought enters your mind. But awareness can arrive afterward and notice what is happening. You can recognize the thought without immediately accepting it. You can feel the emotion without automatically acting on it. You can notice an impulse and create a small amount of space before responding. That space is where self-observation begins. Psychologists often describe a related process as metacognition, which simply means thinking about your own thinking. You use it whenever you ask yourself whether your judgment is reliable, whether your memory is accurate, or whether your current emotion is influencing your decision. Instead of looking only at the outside world, your attention turns inward and examines the machinery producing your experience. You probably do this more often than you realize. Before sending an angry message, you might stop and think, I am reacting emotionally right now. Before making an important decision, you might wonder whether fear is influencing you. While studying, you might suddenly notice that you have been reading the same paragraph without understanding it. In each case, the mind is monitoring its own activity. But here is where the mystery becomes deeper. If your mind can observe its own thoughts, then what exactly is doing the observing? It can feel as though there is a little person inside your head watching everything happen. But there is no tiny observer sitting behind your eyes. The brain contains networks that monitor attention, detect changes, evaluate information, and represent aspects of your own mental state. The feeling of an inner observer appears to emerge from these processes working together. You do not need to understand every mechanism to experience the effect. You simply notice that you are aware. Try this right now. Notice your breathing. You were breathing before you paid attention to it. Now you are aware of it. Nothing about breathing necessarily changed, but your relationship to it did. You moved something that was happening automatically into conscious attention. Now notice the next thought that appears. Do not try to force it. Just wait and see what arrives. Maybe a memory appears. Maybe a sentence. Maybe an image. Maybe you start wondering whether you are doing the exercise correctly. Whatever appears, you can notice it. That is the fascinating part. You did not necessarily choose the thought before it appeared. Yet you can observe it after it arrives. This reveals an important distinction between having a thought and identifying completely with that thought. Your mind might produce the idea that you are going to fail, but that does not make failure a fact. It might produce the feeling that someone dislikes you, but the feeling itself is not proof. It might create a frightening possibility, but imagining something is not the same as predicting the future accurately. The ability to watch thoughts can therefore change your relationship with them. Instead of saying, I am a failure, you can notice, I am having a thought that I am a failure. Instead of becoming completely consumed by anger, you can recognize, I am experiencing anger right now. The emotion remains real, but you are no longer completely merged with it. This does not mean you can stand outside your mind and observe everything perfectly. Self-observation has limits. Your attention is selective, your memory is imperfect, and many mental processes happen without conscious awareness. You can also become so focused on analyzing yourself that observation turns into overthinking. There is a difference between awareness and endless self-criticism. Awareness says, something is happening inside me, let me understand it. Overthinking says, something is happening inside me, and I need to analyze it until I feel completely certain. The first creates space. The second can create another mental loop. Real self-observation is often much simpler. You notice what is happening without immediately trying to control it. You notice tension in your body. You notice a recurring thought. You notice that your attention keeps moving toward something. You notice an emotional reaction and become curious about it. And the more often you practice this, the easier it can become to recognize patterns before they turn into automatic behavior. You might notice that criticism always makes you defensive. You might notice that uncertainty makes you seek reassurance. You might notice that boredom makes you reach for your phone. You might notice that certain thoughts appear whenever you feel rejected. The observation itself becomes information. You begin discovering that your mind has patterns, and those patterns are not necessarily your identity. This is perhaps the most powerful part of being able to watch yourself. You begin to realize that you are not identical to every thought, emotion, memory, or impulse that passes through consciousness. They are experiences happening within you, but you can observe them, question them, and sometimes choose what to do next. That does not give you complete control over your mind. It gives you something more realistic and more useful. A little distance, a moment of awareness between what happens inside you and what you do because of it. And sometimes that tiny moment is enough to change everything. What happens to awareness during deep sleep? Every night, you experience one of the strangest changes consciousness can go through, and most of the time you do not even remember it happening. You lie down, close your eyes, and gradually lose your connection with the world around you. The room is still there. Your body is still there. Your brain is still active, yet the ordinary feeling of being awake slowly disappears. Then, hours later, you open your eyes and suddenly you are back. But where was your awareness in between? Deep sleep is not simply a period when the brain switches off. Your brain remains active throughout sleep, but the way that activity is organized changes dramatically. During the deepest stages of non-rapid eye movement sleep, large groups of neurons begin moving through slow, synchronized patterns of activity. Instead of the constantly changing activity associated with ordinary waking consciousness, the brain enters a much more coordinated rhythm. And something about your experience changes with it. If someone wakes you during deep sleep, you may be confused for a few moments. You may not immediately know where you are or what time it is. Sometimes you may have no memory of experiencing anything at all during the period before waking. It can feel as though you disappeared for several hours and then suddenly returned. That feeling is fascinating because your brain was never completely inactive. Your heart was beating. Your breathing continued. Your body was regulating temperature. Your brain was processing internal signals and carrying out important biological functions. Memory-related processes were taking place, and the nervous system was continuing to coordinate the body. So the disappearance was not the disappearance of brain activity. It was a change in the kind of activity supporting conscious experience. This distinction matters. We often imagine awareness as something that is either present or absent, like a light that is either switched on or switched off. Sleep suggests something more complicated. Consciousness can change in intensity, structure, content, and accessibility. During waking life, your awareness is constantly connected to the outside world. You can see objects, hear sounds, feel your body, remember the past, imagine the future, and respond to what other people are doing. Your attention can move rapidly from one thing to another. Deep sleep dramatically reduces that connection. External information becomes much less influential. Your brain becomes less responsive to ordinary changes in the environment. A sound may enter your ears without becoming a conscious experience. Someone can move around the room while you remain completely unaware of it. Yet this filtering is not absolute. A loud enough sound can wake you. Your name may sometimes attract attention even during lighter sleep. A change in temperature can influence your sleep. Your brain is still monitoring the environment, but the threshold for waking awareness has changed. It is almost as though the brain has lowered the volume of the outside world while turning its attention toward internal maintenance. And this is where deep sleep becomes even more mysterious. If awareness can become so faint that you later remember nothing, does that mean there was absolutely no experience? Science cannot give us a simple answer. One problem is that consciousness is something we know directly through experience, while scientists have to study it indirectly through brain activity and reports after waking. If you wake someone from deep sleep and they say they experienced nothing, that does not necessarily prove that absolutely nothing occurred in consciousness. It may mean there was no experience that could be stored and later remembered. Memory and consciousness are closely connected, but they are not identical. You can have an experience and forget it. You can also have very little experience and remember almost nothing. This is why dreams create such an interesting contrast. During certain stages of sleep, especially rapid eye movement sleep, the brain can generate vivid experiences involving people, places, emotions, movement, and bizarre events. You can experience an entire world while lying completely still in bed. Deep sleep is usually associated with much less vivid conscious content, but that does not mean the brain becomes meaningless or empty. Research has found that people awakened from deep sleep can sometimes report vague thoughts, sensations, or fragments of experience, although these reports are generally less structured than ordinary waking consciousness. So perhaps the most accurate way to think about sleep is not that awareness simply disappears. Instead, the architecture supporting ordinary awareness changes. The brain becomes less integrated with the external environment. Attention becomes less available. Memory formation changes. Communication between different brain systems is altered. The rich, continuous model of yourself and the world that normally feels so obvious becomes greatly reduced. And yet, when you wake, something remarkable happens. Within seconds, your brain begins rebuilding the familiar world. You recognize the room. You recognize your body. You remember your name. You remember what you were doing yesterday. You know what day it is, or at least you begin trying to figure it out. The feeling of being you returns almost immediately. You rarely experience this reconstruction consciously. It feels continuous because your brain is extremely good at restoring the model. That continuity may be one of the strangest parts of sleep. Every night, your conscious connection with the world can become dramatically reduced, and every morning you return with the feeling that the same person who went to sleep has awakened. But where exactly was that person during the deepest part of sleep? The body was there. The brain was working. The biological processes continued, but the familiar stream of conscious experience had changed so profoundly that, from your waking perspective, it can feel like nothing happened at all. Maybe that is what makes deep sleep so fascinating. It reveals that awareness is not a simple object sitting permanently inside your brain. It is a dynamic process that depends on the brain being organized in a particular way. When that organization changes, your experience of reality changes with it. And every night, without noticing, you cross that boundary. You move from a world filled with thoughts, memories, sensations, and identity into a state where much of that familiar experience becomes inaccessible. Then, somehow, your brain brings the world back, and with it comes the feeling that you were never truly gone. The strange consciousness of dreams. You are standing in a place you have never seen before, talking to someone you have never met, yet somehow you know exactly who they are. The sky looks completely normal, the ground feels solid beneath your feet, and everything seems perfectly real. You are not thinking about whether any of it makes sense. You are simply experiencing it. Then something impossible happens. You look at your hands and realize they are not your hands. For a moment, you become aware that you are dreaming. And suddenly the entire experience changes. Dreams are strange because the brain can create a world that feels real without receiving the normal information that builds your waking reality. Your body is lying still in bed, your eyes are closed, and yet your mind can produce people, places, sounds, emotions, memories, and entire stories that seem to exist somewhere outside you. The most fascinating part is that while dreaming, you usually do not question any of it. You can be standing inside your childhood home, even though you are actually thousands of miles away. You can speak to someone who has been gone for years. You can suddenly find yourself flying through the sky, and instead of asking how flying is possible, your dreaming mind simply accepts it. That tells us something important about consciousness. Your brain does not need the outside world to create a convincing experience of reality. During waking life, your senses constantly provide information that helps your brain construct what is happening around you. Your eyes provide visual signals. Your ears provide sounds. Your body provides information about movement, temperature, pressure, and position. During dreaming, much of that external information is greatly reduced, yet the brain can still generate an incredibly detailed experience. It can build a temporary reality from memory, emotion, imagination, and internal prediction. And sometimes that reality becomes so convincing that you only realize it was a dream after waking. Think about how strange that is. For several minutes, or sometimes much longer, your brain created a world and placed you inside it. You experienced yourself as a person moving through that world. You had goals. You reacted to events. You felt fear, excitement, embarrassment, love, confusion, or relief. Then you woke up and discovered that the entire experience had been generated while your body remained in bed. But dreams are not simply random images thrown together by an inactive brain. During rapid eye movement sleep, brain activity can become highly active in ways that support vivid mental experiences. Emotional and memory-related systems can become strongly engaged, while some areas involved in careful reasoning and reality checking behave differently from their waking patterns. That may help explain why dreams can feel emotionally intense while making very little logical sense. You can suddenly find yourself back in school, even though you graduated years ago. You can be talking to someone who changes into another person halfway through the conversation. You can walk through a building that keeps changing its layout without questioning the impossible transformation. The dream does not need to pass a reality test because the systems responsible for challenging the experience may not be operating in the same way they do during waking consciousness. But occasionally, something changes. You realize you are dreaming while the dream is still happening. This is called lucid dreaming. In a lucid dream, part of your waking self-awareness can return while the dream continues. You may recognize that the environment is being generated by your own mind. Some people can then deliberately influence parts of the dream, changing where they go, what they do, or what they focus on. That creates an incredible situation. You are inside an experience created by your brain, and at the same time, you are aware that you are inside it. It is almost like discovering the stage while the performance is still happening. But even without lucid dreaming, ordinary dreams reveal something profound about the mind. They show that consciousness does not always require an accurate model of the outside world. Your brain can create the feeling of being somewhere without actually being there. It can create the feeling of meeting someone without that person being present. It can create fear without a physical threat. It can create joy without anything happening around you. Your emotional system can respond to an imagined situation as though the situation matters. That is why you can wake from a nightmare with your heart racing. The danger was not physically real, but the emotional experience was real enough for your body to respond. This also explains why some dreams stay with you long after waking. A dream can activate powerful emotional associations and connect them with memories that may have been sitting quietly in the background of your mind. Sometimes a dream seems to bring back a person you have not thought about for years. Sometimes an old place suddenly appears. Sometimes you wake with a powerful emotion, but cannot remember what caused it. The story disappears, but the feeling remains. And that raises another mystery. Why does the brain create dreams at all? Scientists still do not have one complete answer. Dreams may involve memory processing, emotional regulation, learning prediction, and the spontaneous activity of different brain systems. Different dreams may serve different functions, and some may simply emerge from the brain's activity during sleep without having a single purpose. That uncertainty is important. It means we should be careful about treating every dream as a hidden message with a fixed meaning. A dream about falling does not automatically reveal one universal psychological truth. A dream about someone does not necessarily mean you secretly want something from them. Dreams are deeply personal experiences created from the unique mixture of your memories, emotions, expectations, and current mental state. But there is still something extraordinary about them. Every night, your brain can temporarily construct a world and convince you that you are living inside it. You can become another version of yourself. You can experience impossible events. You can feel emotions without obvious external causes. And sometimes, you can become aware that the entire world around you is being generated by your own mind. That may be one of the clearest demonstrations of how powerful consciousness really is. You do not always need reality to produce an experience. Sometimes, consciousness can create its own reality and make you believe in it completely. And when you finally wake up, the strange thing is not that the dream disappeared. The strange thing is that, for a while, you never knew you were dreaming. Altered states and the expansion of awareness. There are moments when your ordinary experience of reality suddenly changes, and the change can be so dramatic that you feel like you have stepped outside the normal boundaries of your own mind. Time can slow down or disappear completely. A familiar place can feel strangely unfamiliar. Your sense of identity can become weaker, while sensations, emotions, or thoughts become unusually intense. For a few minutes or hours, the ordinary structure of consciousness can shift. These experiences can happen in many different ways. Deep meditation, intense physical activity, extreme exhaustion, sensory deprivation, certain neurological conditions, dreams, powerful emotional experiences, and some psychoactive substances can all produce altered states of consciousness. They are very different from one another, and they should not be treated as if they all produce the same experience. But they share one fascinating feature. They reveal that ordinary waking consciousness is not the only way the brain can organize experience. Most of the time, you move through life with a relatively stable sense of yourself and the world. You know where your body ends and the environment begins. You know roughly how much time has passed. You recognize familiar people and places. Your thoughts seem to belong to one continuous identity. Because this feels so normal, it is easy to assume that this is simply what consciousness is. But it may be better understood as one particular configuration of consciousness. Meditation offers a simple example. When someone becomes deeply focused on breathing, bodily sensations, or a single object of attention, the constant stream of thoughts can become less dominant. You may begin noticing thoughts without following every one of them. Sounds that normally disappear into the background can become more noticeable. Small changes in breathing or bodily sensation can suddenly feel surprisingly vivid. The outside world has not necessarily changed. Your relationship with it has. Attention is doing something different. And because attention helps determine what enters conscious experience, changing attention can change the experience itself. Something similar can happen during intense physical activity. Runners sometimes describe periods when movement becomes almost automatic and the usual sense of effort changes. A person may become deeply absorbed in the rhythm of breathing, movement, and environment. The constant inner commentary becomes quieter, and the experience feels immediate rather than analytical. You are still aware, but the usual feeling of thinking about yourself can become less prominent. This is sometimes described as a state of flow. In highly absorbing activities, attention becomes strongly focused on what you are doing. The distinction between thinking about the action and simply performing the action can become smaller. Time may seem to pass unusually quickly, and self-consciousness can temporarily fade into the background. Then there are experiences that go much further. Some altered states can dramatically change the sense of personal identity. A person may feel detached from their usual thoughts, experience unusual connections between memories, or feel that the boundary between themselves and their surroundings has become less clear. These experiences can feel beautiful, frightening, confusing, or all three at once. And this is where we need to be careful with the idea of expanded awareness. An altered state can feel like greater awareness, but intensity is not automatically accuracy. You can experience more sensations without understanding the world more accurately. You can notice unusual connections without those connections necessarily being true. You can feel profound certainty about an idea that would seem much less convincing in an ordinary state. The brain can change not only how much you experience, but also how you interpret what you experience. That distinction matters. Imagine walking into a dark room and suddenly becoming extremely sensitive to every sound. You may hear the building settling, the wind outside, or a distant vehicle. Your awareness of sound has increased, but your interpretation can also become exaggerated. A harmless noise may suddenly feel threatening because your brain is operating under a different set of expectations. Altered consciousness can therefore reveal possibilities within the mind, while also showing how strongly perception depends on the brain's current state. Even time can become strangely flexible. During ordinary life, you have a strong sense of minutes and hours passing. But in altered states, time can feel stretched, compressed, or almost absent. 10 minutes can feel like an hour, while an extended experience can seem to have happened in a brief moment. The clock has not changed. Your experience of time has. That tells us something important. Consciousness does not simply record reality like a camera. It actively organizes experience. Your brain is constantly combining sensory information, memory, attention, emotion, and prediction into a usable model of what is happening. Change the way those systems interact, and the experience of reality can change with them. This is why altered states are scientifically and psychologically interesting. They allow researchers to ask what parts of ordinary consciousness are essential and what parts are created by the brain's usual organization. What happens when attention becomes extremely focused? What happens when the usual sense of self becomes weaker? What happens when sensory information is reduced? What happens when emotional systems become unusually active? These questions can reveal that consciousness is more flexible than it normally appears. But there is an important lesson here. You do not need an extreme experience to discover that your awareness can change. You can notice it when you are completely absorbed in music and suddenly realize that 20 minutes have passed. You can experience it while staring at a beautiful landscape and becoming temporarily unaware of everything else. You can feel it while reading a book so deeply that the room around you seems to disappear. Your brain is always capable of shifting the balance between attention, self-awareness, memory, sensation, and external information. The ordinary state is simply the state you spend most of your time in. And perhaps that is the most interesting thing about altered consciousness. It does not necessarily show you another world. Sometimes it shows you how differently the same world can be experienced when the architecture of awareness changes. The person remains the same. The environment remains the same. But the way consciousness organizes the experience can become completely different. And once you realize that, you begin to understand that awareness is not a fixed window through which you observe reality. It is a living process, constantly changing with attention, emotion, memory, biology, and context. You are not simply experiencing the world. Your brain is continuously shaping the way the world appears to you. And altered states make that hidden process much easier to notice. The hidden role of emotions in perception. You can walk into the same room on two completely different days and feel like you are entering two different worlds. On one day, everything feels calm and welcoming. The light seems warmer, people seem friendly, and even small problems barely bother you. On another day, when you are anxious or exhausted, the same room can suddenly feel uncomfortable. The people seem distant. Every little sound becomes irritating. Nothing outside you may have changed, yet your experience of the environment has changed dramatically. That is because perception is not simply about what your senses receive. It is also about what your brain expects, remembers, and feels. Your eyes collect information, but your brain decides what that information means. Your ears receive sounds, but your emotional state can influence which sounds seem important. A neutral expression can look threatening when you are already worried. A harmless comment can feel insulting when you are angry. A small problem can appear enormous when you are overwhelmed. Emotion does not simply happen after perception. It can influence perception itself. Imagine walking through a crowded street after receiving terrible news. Normally, you might barely notice the people around you. But now every movement seems distracting. Every stranger feels intrusive. The noise feels louder. The distance between you and your destination seems longer. The street has not changed. Your internal state has changed the way your brain is processing the street. This happens because emotions help your brain decide what deserves attention. When you are afraid, Your mind becomes more sensitive to possible threats. When you are excited, you may notice opportunities and positive details more easily. When you are sad, neutral experiences can sometimes feel less meaningful or more negative. Your emotional state acts almost like a filter, and you usually do not notice the filter because you experience its result as reality. Think about anxiety. When you are anxious about something, your brain starts looking for evidence that confirms the danger. A person does not respond to your message for several hours, and your mind immediately starts generating explanations. Maybe they are angry. Maybe they are losing interest. Maybe something went wrong. You are not consciously choosing to search for negative possibilities. Your emotional state is directing attention toward them. Now imagine receiving the same delayed response on a day when you feel secure and relaxed. You might simply assume the person is busy. Same event, different internal state, different perception. This is one reason arguments can become so difficult. When two people are emotionally activated, they are not simply exchanging information. Their brains are interpreting every word through heightened emotional states. A neutral sentence can sound sarcastic. A pause can feel like rejection. A small disagreement can suddenly feel like evidence that the entire relationship is falling apart. Once the emotional system becomes activated, perception can become selective. You notice what supports the emotion. If you are angry with someone, you may suddenly remember every annoying thing they have ever done. If you are deeply attracted to someone, you may focus on their positive qualities while overlooking behaviors that would normally bother you. If you are afraid of failing, every small mistake can become evidence that you are not capable. The information is real, but the selection is not neutral. Your brain is deciding what to emphasize. This is why emotions can quietly shape the stories you tell yourself about other people and about yourself. A person who feels rejected may interpret silence as proof that nobody cares. A person who feels confident may interpret the same silence as completely meaningless. A person who feels guilty may see criticism everywhere. A person who feels safe may hear criticism as useful feedback. Your emotional state changes the meaning you assign to what happens. And there is an even deeper connection between emotion and memory. When you are in a particular emotional state, memories that match that state can become easier to access. When you feel sad, memories of other painful experiences may become more available. When you feel happy, positive memories can come to mind more easily. This can create a powerful cycle. You feel something. Your brain finds memories that match the feeling. Those memories strengthen the feeling. The stronger feeling then influences how you interpret the present. Suddenly, one difficult moment feels like proof that everything has always been difficult. The emotion has expanded beyond the original event. This does not mean your feelings are false. Emotions contain important information. They can tell you that something matters, that something feels unsafe, that you need rest, or that a situation conflicts with your values. But a feeling is not always a complete description of reality. Fear can tell you that your brain detects danger, but it cannot guarantee that danger is actually present. Anger can tell you that something feels unfair, but it does not automatically tell you what the other person intended. Sadness can tell you that something matters, but it does not prove that the future will remain painful. This distinction can completely change how you respond to your emotions. Instead of asking only, "Is this feeling true?" you can ask, "What is this feeling making me notice?" That question creates space between emotion and perception. You may realize that anxiety is making you focus on everything that could go wrong. You may notice that anger is making another person's behavior seem more intentional than it actually was. You may recognize that insecurity is causing you to interpret neutral reactions as rejection. Once you see the filter, you can examine what is behind it. This does not mean ignoring your emotions or forcing yourself to think positively. It means allowing emotion to provide information without allowing it to become the only source of information. Because your emotional state is always part of the way you experience the world. You never perceive reality from nowhere. You perceive it from inside a body, inside a history, inside a particular emotional state, with a brain constantly deciding what deserves your attention. And that means two people can stand in the same place, witness the same event, and walk away with completely different experiences. The world outside may be the same, but the mind looking at it is never completely neutral. Your emotions are not just reactions to reality. They are part of the lens through which reality becomes meaningful. Why some experiences feel familiar before they happen. Have you ever walked into a place you have never visited and suddenly felt certain that you have been there before? Nothing looks obviously familiar, yet something inside you says that you know this moment. You may recognize the arrangement of the room, the position of a person, or even the feeling of what is about to happen. For a few seconds, the present carries the strange weight of a memory that should not exist. This experience is commonly known as déjà vu, and it is one of the most fascinating ways the brain can confuse familiarity with memory. The strange part is that the feeling can be incredibly convincing. You do not simply think something looks familiar. You feel as though the entire moment has already happened. You may even have a powerful sense that you know what will happen next. But feeling familiar does not necessarily mean remembering. Your brain has separate processes involved in recognizing familiarity and consciously retrieving a specific memory. Usually, those systems work together so smoothly that you never notice the difference. You see a familiar face and immediately know who it is. You enter your home and recognize the environment without having to think about it. But occasionally, those processes can become slightly disconnected. You may experience a strong feeling of familiarity without being able to identify an actual memory connected to it. That can create the strange sensation of having experienced the present before. Imagine entering a hotel for the first time. The hallway has a certain shape, the lighting has a particular quality, and the furniture is arranged in a familiar way. Your brain may have encountered similar patterns many times before. Perhaps the hallway resembles somewhere from your childhood. Perhaps the lighting reminds you of a place you once visited. You may not consciously remember any of those connections, but your brain can still recognize fragments of the pattern. The result can be a powerful feeling. I have been here before, but the brain may not be retrieving a complete memory at all. It may simply be detecting familiarity. This becomes even more interesting because your brain is constantly predicting what comes next. It uses previous experiences to build expectations about how situations normally unfold. When reality matches those expectations closely, the experience can sometimes feel strangely familiar. You walk into a room and already know where people are likely to stand. You hear a conversation and can almost predict the next sentence. You visit a new place that follows a layout you have experienced before. The conscious mind experiences the present as new, but the deeper processing system recognizes similarities. That recognition can create the impression that the event has already happened. And sometimes familiarity appears before the event itself. You might meet someone and feel that you somehow know them before you have actually spoken. You might enter a new environment and immediately feel that something is going to happen. You might have a strong sense that a particular conversation is about to unfold in a certain way. This can feel almost supernatural. But there is another explanation. Your brain is extremely good at making predictions from subtle information. Before you consciously identify someone's expression, tone, posture, or behavior, your brain may already be processing those signals. You may sense where a conversation is going because you have experienced similar interactions before. The prediction reaches your awareness as a feeling rather than a sentence. You do not think, based on this person's facial expression and tone, they are probably going to say this next. You simply feel that you know. That feeling can be surprisingly accurate sometimes, but it can also be completely wrong. The brain is a prediction machine, not a fortune teller. It constantly generates possibilities and updates them as new information arrives. Most predictions never become conscious because they are too ordinary to notice. When a prediction happens to match reality closely, however, the experience can feel extraordinary. This may also explain why people sometimes remember having predicted an event when they actually remembered the experience differently afterward. Memory is not a perfect recording device. Each time you remember an event, your brain reconstructs it. New information can become mixed with old information. Your current beliefs can influence how you interpret what happened. After an event occurs, the brain can sometimes make the earlier uncertainty feel much more definite in retrospect. You might think, I knew that was going to happen. But perhaps you only suspected it. The difference matters. The feeling of certainty is not always evidence that the prediction was consciously made in advance. This does not make these experiences meaningless. Quite the opposite. They reveal how complicated perception and memory really are. Your brain is constantly working ahead of your conscious awareness. It compares patterns, detects similarities, retrieves fragments of previous experiences, and generates expectations about what is likely to happen. Most of this happens quietly. You only notice the result. That is why the feeling of familiarity can appear before you understand its source. And there is something deeply human about that experience. You are walking through a completely new moment, yet some part of your mind is telling you that you have already lived it. For a brief instant, the boundary between memory and prediction becomes difficult to see. You are not necessarily remembering the future. Your brain may simply be recognizing the present through patterns created by the past. And because that recognition happens so quickly, the conscious mind experiences it as something mysterious. That strange feeling is a reminder that consciousness does not receive reality in a raw form. Your brain is constantly comparing the present with what came before, searching for familiar patterns and preparing for what might come next. Sometimes the process works so smoothly that you never notice it, and sometimes, for just a moment, the machinery becomes visible. The new moment feels old. The future feels remembered, and you are left wondering whether you have experienced this before, when perhaps what you are really experiencing is the remarkable ability of your brain to recognize a pattern before you understand why it feels familiar. The unconscious patterns behind human behavior. You probably have habits you never consciously decided to develop. Maybe you check your phone whenever there is a quiet moment. Maybe you become defensive when someone questions you. Maybe you keep choosing the same kind of relationship, even when you know it does not make you happy. You can understand these patterns intellectually and still find yourself repeating them. That is because much of human behavior is guided by processes that operate outside conscious attention. Your brain is constantly learning from repetition. When a behavior produces a reward, reduces discomfort, or helps you navigate a situation successfully, the brain becomes more likely to repeat it. Eventually, the behavior can become automatic. You no longer need to consciously decide to do it. The pattern simply starts running when the right situation appears. Think about reaching for your phone when you feel bored. At first, using your phone may have been a deliberate choice. Over time, the brain begins connecting boredom with checking the screen. Eventually, the feeling of boredom itself can trigger the behavior before you consciously think about what you are doing. The same process can shape much deeper parts of your personality. Someone who learned early that expressing emotions leads to criticism may become quiet during conflict. Someone who learned that attention must be earned may constantly seek approval. Someone who experienced repeated rejection may avoid getting close to people because distance feels safer than risking another disappointment. These reactions can feel like personality, but sometimes they are learned strategies. Your brain is trying to protect you using information from the past. The problem is that a strategy that once helped you survive a situation may become unnecessary later. Avoiding conflict might have protected you when you were younger, but as an adult it may prevent you from communicating honestly. Staying emotionally distant may have reduced pain in the past, but it can also prevent genuine connection. The pattern continues because the brain remembers what it believes worked. And this is where unconscious behavior becomes difficult to recognize. You may think you are choosing what feels comfortable, when your brain is actually choosing what feels familiar. Familiarity can be incredibly powerful. A healthy situation can feel strange if you have spent years around instability. A calm relationship can feel boring if your brain learned to associate emotional intensity with connection. A peaceful environment can even create anxiety when your nervous system is accustomed to constant tension. You may not consciously want chaos, but your brain may recognize chaos as familiar. This is one reason people sometimes repeat experiences they genuinely wanted to escape. The repetition is not necessarily because they enjoy suffering. Their brains may simply be following a deeply learned pattern. The same thing happens with beliefs about yourself. If you repeatedly tell yourself that you are bad at something, your brain begins paying more attention to evidence that supports the belief. A small mistake becomes important. A success becomes easy to dismiss. Eventually, the belief feels like an objective fact rather than an interpretation created through repeated experience. Your behavior then follows the belief. You avoid opportunities because you expect failure. You avoid challenges because you expect embarrassment. You avoid relationships because you expect rejection. The original belief creates behavior, and the behavior creates experiences that appear to confirm the belief. A pattern becomes a loop. This is why simply telling yourself to behave differently can be surprisingly difficult. The conscious mind may want change while older automatic systems continue producing familiar responses. But unconscious does not mean unchangeable. Patterns can become visible through observation. You can start noticing what repeatedly happens just before you behave automatically. What emotion appears? What situation triggers it? What are you expecting will happen? What do you usually do next? Maybe criticism makes you immediately explain yourself. Maybe uncertainty makes you seek reassurance. Maybe loneliness makes you contact someone you know is unhealthy for you. Maybe stress makes you withdraw from everyone. The important discovery is often not the behavior itself, but the trigger underneath it. Once you recognize the trigger, you can create a small pause between the impulse and the response. That pause may seem insignificant, but it gives conscious awareness an opportunity to enter a process that previously happened automatically. You may still feel the urge. You simply do not have to obey it immediately. With repetition, a new response can become familiar too. This is how unconscious patterns can gradually change. Your brain learns from repeated experiences, which means new experiences can teach it something different. If you repeatedly respond to conflict calmly, your brain can begin learning that disagreement does not automatically mean danger. If you repeatedly experience healthy relationships, your brain can gradually learn that closeness does not always lead to rejection. Change is rarely a single moment of realization. It is often a collection of small experiences that slowly update what your brain expects. And perhaps the most important thing to understand is that your unconscious patterns are not proof that something is wrong with you. They are evidence that your brain has been learning. Every habit, reaction, avoidance, and automatic response has a history. Some patterns helped you. Some protected you. Some simply became familiar through repetition. But familiarity is not the same thing as truth. The moment you begin noticing the patterns running underneath your behavior, you gain the ability to question them. And that is where conscious choice becomes possible. You may not control the first impulse that appears inside your mind, but you can learn to notice it. You can examine it. And eventually, you can decide whether the pattern that shaped you deserves to keep shaping you. How attention changes the reality we experience. Right now, there are countless things happening around you that you are not consciously experiencing. There are sounds in the distance, sensations in your body, objects in your surroundings, movements in your peripheral vision, and thoughts passing through your mind. Your brain cannot give all of them equal attention, so it constantly decides what deserves to enter the center of your awareness. And whatever receives your attention can begin to feel like your entire reality. Imagine walking through a crowded street while searching for a specific car. Suddenly, you start noticing cars everywhere. You see the same model you were looking for, then another, then another. It can feel like the car has suddenly become common. But the number of cars did not change. Your attention changed. The moment your brain decided that a particular feature mattered, it began highlighting information that matched your goal. Things that were previously invisible to your conscious experience suddenly became impossible to miss. This happens constantly. If you are worried about your health, you may become highly aware of every unusual sensation in your body. A small ache that you would normally ignore can suddenly become the most noticeable thing in your entire day. If you are expecting rejection, you may become extremely sensitive to changes in someone's tone or behavior. If you are excited about something, you can suddenly notice related opportunities everywhere. Attention does not simply determine what you look at. It influences what your mind treats as important. Your senses are receiving far more information than your conscious mind can process. The brain has to filter that information, prioritize certain signals, and suppress others. Without this filtering system, ordinary life would become overwhelming. Imagine hearing every conversation in a crowded restaurant with equal intensity. Imagine noticing every movement around you while trying to read a book. Imagine consciously processing the feeling of your clothing against your skin, the temperature of the room, every sound outside, and every thought in your mind at the same time. You would struggle to function. Attention protects you from that overload. But the same system that protects you can also shape your experience in powerful ways. If your attention repeatedly moves toward danger, the world can begin to feel dangerous. If it repeatedly moves toward failure, life can begin to look like a collection of problems. If it constantly searches for evidence that people dislike you, ordinary social interactions can start feeling threatening. The environment may not have changed. The filter has. This is why two people can experience the same situation and remember completely different things. One person may focus on everything that went wrong. Another may remember the people who helped. One may notice criticism. Another may notice encouragement. Both experienced the same event. Their attention selected different parts of it. And once attention selects something, emotion often follows. What you repeatedly focus on tends to become more psychologically important. If you keep thinking about an embarrassing moment, the memory can feel increasingly significant. If you repeatedly focus on a fear, the fear can become more familiar and easier to trigger. If you consistently notice small positive experiences, they can become more visible in your daily life. This does not mean you can simply think positively and eliminate every problem. Attention is not magic. If something genuinely dangerous is happening, ignoring it will not make it disappear. If you are dealing with real pain or a serious problem, changing your focus does not change the underlying facts. But attention can change which parts of reality dominate your conscious experience. Consider a simple example. You have a difficult day at work. Several things go wrong, but one colleague helps you solve a problem. Later, you think about the day. If your attention stays on the mistakes, you may remember the entire day as terrible. If your attention includes the support you received, the same day can feel more complicated. The facts remain the same. The mental representation changes. This becomes especially important when attention is captured by negative information. The brain is highly responsive to potential threats because identifying danger has survival value. A negative event can therefore demand more attention than an equally important positive event. That is useful when there is an actual threat. But in modern life, your attention can be constantly exposed to alarming information, conflict, criticism, and emotionally intense content. If you repeatedly give those things your attention, your internal experience can begin to feel much more negative than the full reality surrounding you. You may be surrounded by ordinary, peaceful moments while your mind remains focused on the few things that are going wrong. This is one reason attention can become a habit. You start noticing what you repeatedly train yourself to notice. The good news is that attention is not completely fixed. You can practice redirecting it. You can notice when your mind is repeatedly returning to the same fear. You can ask whether that fear deserves all of your attention. You can deliberately observe details that you normally ignore. You can listen carefully during a conversation instead of preparing your response. You can sit quietly and notice sensations that usually disappear into the background. These small acts teach the brain that other information matters too. Over time, your experience can become broader. You are not changing reality itself. You are changing which parts of reality become psychologically prominent. And that distinction is incredibly important. Your attention is like a spotlight moving through a much larger field of information. Wherever the spotlight goes, details become clearer. Everything outside it becomes less noticeable. The world does not disappear when you stop looking at it. But your experienced reality can become very different. That is why attention is more powerful than it seems. It does not merely help you concentrate. It participates in constructing the version of reality that reaches your conscious mind. What you repeatedly notice becomes familiar. What becomes familiar can become important. And what becomes important can begin shaping how you feel, what you remember, and eventually what you believe about your life. So when your world starts feeling a certain way, it is worth asking a surprisingly simple question. What has my mind been looking at? Because sometimes the reality you are experiencing is not the whole world. It is the part your attention has been illuminating. The relationship between silence and awareness. Silence can feel empty, but the moment everything becomes quiet, something unexpected often happens. You begin hearing things that were always there. Your breathing becomes noticeable. A distant sound suddenly stands out. You feel the position of your body. Thoughts that were hidden beneath constant noise start moving closer to the surface. The world did not suddenly become more active. Your awareness simply had more room to notice it. Most people spend their lives surrounded by sound. Conversations, music, traffic, notifications, videos, machines, and the constant noise of other people compete for attention. Even when the outside world becomes quiet, many people immediately fill the silence themselves. They reach for a phone, turn on something in the background, or begin searching for another source of stimulation. Because silence can be uncomfortable. And that discomfort reveals something important. When external noise becomes quieter, the internal world can become louder. You may suddenly notice the thoughts you were avoiding. You may become aware of an emotion that had been buried beneath activity. A memory may return without being invited. You may realize that your mind has been repeating the same worry for hours. Silence does not necessarily create these things. It allows you to notice them. This is why silence has such a strange relationship with awareness. In a noisy environment, attention is constantly being pulled outward. Your brain has to monitor voices, movements, sounds, and information. Silence reduces some of that competition. Attention can begin shifting toward sensations, thoughts, and processes that normally remain in the background. Try sitting quietly for a few minutes without music or your phone. At first, it may feel as though nothing is happening. Then you might notice how quickly the mind begins producing its own activity. A thought appears, then another. You remember something embarrassing. You start planning tomorrow. You hear your breathing. You become aware of an itch. You wonder how much time has passed. The silence outside reveals that the mind is rarely completely silent inside. This can feel almost strange because we usually identify consciousness with what we are actively thinking about. But silence shows how much is happening beneath deliberate thought. Sensations rise and disappear. Emotions change. Attention moves on its own. Memories emerge without permission. You begin noticing that you do not consciously create every thought. Some simply arrive. And when there is less external stimulation, that becomes harder to ignore. Silence can also change your experience of time. When you are deeply engaged with something, time can seem to disappear. Hours pass while your attention is absorbed. But in silence, especially when you are waiting or doing nothing, time can suddenly become extremely noticeable. A few minutes can feel long. You start becoming aware of each passing moment. This is because your attention is no longer occupied in the same way. The mind begins monitoring the experience of waiting itself. You notice the absence of events. You become aware of wanting something to happen. That awareness can teach you something about your relationship with stimulation. Sometimes we are not uncomfortable with silence itself. We are uncomfortable with what silence allows us to encounter. Ourselves. Without constant distraction, there is less distance between you and your own mind. You may notice sadness that has been quietly present. You may recognize how tired you actually feel. You may discover that a problem you thought you had forgotten is still occupying part of your attention. This does not mean silence always produces clarity. Sometimes it can produce confusion. A quiet mind is not the same as an empty mind. In fact, when you first remove distractions, your thoughts may seem even louder. This is why people sometimes believe that they are bad at being still. They sit in silence and discover endless mental activity, so they assume something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. You are noticing activity that was already there. Imagine living beside a busy road for years. Eventually, you stop consciously hearing certain sounds because your brain learns that they do not require attention. Then one day, the road becomes completely quiet. Suddenly, you notice the silence because the usual background has disappeared. Something similar happens inside the mind. Constant stimulation can become the background of daily life. When it disappears, awareness notices the change, and then something deeper can happen. You begin realizing that awareness itself is different from the things appearing inside it. A thought appears, but awareness notices it. A sound occurs, then fades, but awareness registers the change. An emotion rises in the body, becomes intense, and eventually weakens, while you remain capable of noticing the entire process. Silence makes this easier to observe because fewer things are competing for attention. This is one reason quiet moments can feel so powerful. They reveal that experience is constantly changing. No thought stays forever. No sound continues without ending. No emotion remains at exactly the same intensity. Everything moves through awareness. And yet there is something remarkably consistent about your ability to notice the movement. You do not need to force silence to become a different person. You do not need to stop thinking completely. The value of silence may simply be that it lets you see what is already happening. It shows you how restless the mind can be. It reveals what repeatedly captures your attention. It exposes the emotions you may have been too busy to feel. And sometimes, after the first wave of thoughts passes, silence can reveal something even more unusual. Not emptiness. Presence. The simple experience of being here without needing to chase the next sound, thought, message, or distraction. For a brief moment, nothing has to happen, and perhaps that is why silence can deepen awareness. It does not add more information to consciousness. It removes some of the noise competing for it. What remains is not necessarily an answer. Sometimes it is simply the strange realization that beneath everything you usually do, think, and react to, there is still this quiet ability to notice that you are here at all. Can consciousness exist without a sense of self? Imagine being completely aware of the room around you while the usual feeling of being a separate person becomes strangely quiet. You can see the light coming through the window, hear sounds outside, feel your body resting against the bed, and notice thoughts moving through your mind. But there is no strong inner feeling saying that all of this is happening to me. You are still experiencing something. Yet the person who normally seems to stand at the center of every experience feels less obvious. This possibility raises one of the deepest questions about consciousness. Is being aware the same thing as having a sense of self? Most of the time, we never separate these two ideas because they appear to arrive together. You see something and automatically experience yourself as the person seeing it. You feel pain and immediately think of it as your pain. A memory appears and it seems to belong to the same person who is sitting here right now. Your thoughts, emotions, memories, and bodily sensations are continuously connected into a story that creates the feeling of being one individual moving through time. But that feeling is not equally strong in every situation. Think about what happens when you become completely absorbed in something. You might be listening to music, playing a sport, drawing, reading, or having an intense conversation. For a while, you can become so focused that you stop thinking about how you look, what other people think of you, what happened yesterday, or what you need to do tomorrow. Your attention becomes completely occupied by the experience itself. You are still conscious, but the constant mental commentary about yourself becomes quieter. This happens because the sense of self may not be a single object inside the brain. It appears to be created from many different processes working together. Your memories provide a history. Your body gives you a sense of physical boundaries. Your thoughts create an internal narrative. Your expectations help you imagine the future. Your brain continuously combines these different signals and produces the feeling that all of them belong to one continuous person. That continuity is extremely useful. It allows you to make plans, maintain relationships, learn from mistakes, and recognize yourself across different moments of your life. You wake up tomorrow and feel like the same person who went to sleep tonight, even though your thoughts, emotions, and physical state may have changed significantly. The brain creates a sense of continuity that helps organize your experience. But if the self is partly constructed, then it may also be possible for that construction to change. Certain forms of meditation provide an interesting example. When attention becomes deeply focused, people can sometimes experience periods where thoughts about personal identity become less dominant. There may still be sounds, sensations, emotions, and thoughts, but they are not constantly being organized around the question of who am I. The experience becomes less centered on the personal story and more centered on awareness itself. Something similar can happen during intense concentration. Imagine an athlete completely absorbed in movement. They may not be thinking about themselves as an athlete or analyzing every action. They simply respond to what is happening. Later, they may realize that a significant amount of time passed without the usual sense of self-awareness dominating their attention. This does not mean the self completely disappeared. It means the self became less prominent. That distinction matters because consciousness and self-awareness may not be identical. Consciousness involves having experiences. You see, hear, feel, remember, imagine, and think. Self-awareness adds another layer in which you recognize these experiences as belonging to you. The difference may seem small, but it becomes fascinating when you notice that thoughts can appear without being deliberately created. An emotion can suddenly rise without your permission. A memory can return unexpectedly. An idea can enter your mind before you consciously decide to think about it. You can observe all of these events and recognize that they are happening, even though you did not consciously manufacture them. This creates a strange question. If you can observe a thought, are you the thought itself, or are you the awareness noticing the thought? There is no simple scientific answer that settles this completely. Consciousness remains one of the hardest problems in neuroscience and philosophy. Researchers can study brain activity, behavior, attention, memory, and self-representation, but the private experience of being conscious is still difficult to explain completely. What we can say is that the feeling of being a self can change. It can become stronger when you are thinking about your identity, your problems, your future, or how other people perceive you. It can become quieter when you are deeply absorbed in an activity. Under certain unusual conditions, people can even experience a much stronger disruption of their ordinary sense of identity, which can feel peaceful for some people and disturbing for others. So perhaps the self is not the entire foundation of consciousness. Perhaps it is one layer that helps organize consciousness into a useful personal story. You need some sense of self to function in the world. You need to remember your responsibilities, recognize your relationships, understand your history, and make decisions about your future. But the fact that this identity can become quieter without experience necessarily disappearing suggests that awareness may be more flexible than the ordinary feeling of being me makes it seem. You may not be every thought that appears in your mind. You may not be every emotion that passes through your body. You may not even be the personal story you repeatedly tell yourself about who you are. Those things may be components of your experience rather than the whole of it. And that possibility changes the way you look at consciousness. Instead of imagining awareness as something owned by a permanent inner person, you can begin to see the self as something the mind continuously constructs, updates, and maintains. The most fascinating question may therefore not be whether consciousness can exist without a self in some absolute sense. It may be whether the feeling of being a separate self is actually necessary for every moment of conscious experience. If it is not, then the identity you normally experience as me could be only one layer of a much larger process. And sometimes, when that layer becomes quiet, you may discover that awareness itself was never quite as simple as you thought. The difference between being awake and being aware. You can be awake without being fully aware of what is happening around you. Think about the last time you drove somewhere familiar and suddenly realized you had already traveled several minutes without remembering the details of the road. Your eyes were open, your body was operating the vehicle, and you were responding to the environment, yet your conscious attention was somewhere else. You were awake, but your awareness was not fully engaged with the moment. This difference seems small until you start noticing how often it happens. You can sit in a conversation while thinking about something completely unrelated. You can walk through your home without noticing objects that you have passed hundreds of times. You can read an entire page and reach the bottom without remembering what you just read because your eyes were moving across the words while your attention was somewhere else. Being awake is largely a state of the brain and body. Being aware involves what information is actually reaching your conscious experience and how much attention you are giving to it. The two normally overlap, but they are not identical. Your brain can remain responsive while your attention becomes narrow, distracted, or absorbed somewhere else. This is partly because the mind has limited resources. You cannot consciously process every sound, sensation, memory, movement, and thought occurring at the same time. Your brain constantly decides what deserves priority and what can remain in the background. That filtering system is essential for everyday life. Imagine trying to consciously notice every person walking past you while also listening to a conversation, feeling your clothing against your skin, monitoring your breathing, remembering what you need to buy, and planning what you will do later. Your attention would collapse under the amount of information. So the brain filters. But filtering creates a strange possibility. Something can be present without becoming part of your conscious awareness. You might hear someone speaking while mentally preparing your response and later realize that you missed half of what they said. You might be looking directly at an object without actually noticing it because your attention is focused elsewhere. You might even experience an emotion without immediately recognizing what you are feeling. The information is reaching the brain, but it is not necessarily becoming the center of your experience. This is why attention is so important. Awareness is not simply a passive window through which everything enters. Your brain actively selects what becomes important enough to occupy conscious attention. Consider a crowded restaurant. Hundreds of sounds are reaching your ears, but you can usually follow the person sitting across from you. Then someone at another table says your name, and suddenly that sound captures your attention. You were not consciously monitoring every conversation, yet your brain was processing enough background information to detect something personally relevant. That moment reveals how selective awareness really is. You are surrounded by more information than you can consciously experience, even while completely awake. The difference becomes even clearer when you are emotionally distracted. If you are worried about an upcoming event, you can spend an entire day functioning normally while a large part of your attention remains focused on the worry. You answer messages, complete tasks, talk to people, and move through your environment, but later realize that you barely noticed what was happening. Your body was present. Your mind was somewhere else. This is why people sometimes say they were physically there, but mentally absent. They are describing a real difference between being awake and being consciously engaged. Sleep provides the opposite comparison. During deep sleep, ordinary awareness can become dramatically reduced even though the brain continues carrying out complex biological activity. Your heart keeps beating, your breathing continues, and your brain remains active. But the rich awareness of the outside world that normally accompanies waking life becomes greatly diminished. So consciousness exists across changing states. You are not simply either conscious or unconscious in a perfectly clean way. Your experience can become vivid, faint, focused, scattered, absorbed, confused, or deeply detached from the environment. This is why someone can be awake during a lecture and remember almost nothing. They were not unconscious. Their attention simply was not strongly connected to the information being presented. It also explains why awareness can sometimes feel unusually intense. When you become deeply focused on a sound, sensation, conversation, or visual scene, details that normally disappear into the background become extremely noticeable. The world can suddenly seem sharper, not necessarily because the environment changed, but because your attention changed. You can experience something similar when you slow down during an ordinary moment. Notice the temperature of the air. Notice the sounds around you. Notice your breathing. Notice the sensations in your hands. None of these things suddenly appeared. They were already happening. Your awareness simply moved toward them. That is an important distinction. Awareness does not always mean discovering something new. Sometimes it means noticing what was already there. And this may be one of the reasons mindfulness practices can feel unusual at first. When people deliberately observe their thoughts, sensations, and surroundings, they often discover just how much of daily life they normally experience automatically. The practice is not necessarily creating awareness from nothing. It is making existing information more available to conscious attention. You begin noticing when your mind wanders. You notice when an emotion changes your interpretation. You notice when a familiar habit takes control. You notice when you are listening to someone without actually hearing them. That recognition creates a small but important difference between automatic living and conscious participation. You cannot remain intensely aware of everything all day. That would be exhausting and probably impossible. The brain needs automatic processes. Habits allow you to function efficiently, and attention needs to move selectively. The goal is not to be constantly hyper-aware. The goal is to recognize when your attention has left the present and decide whether you want to bring it back. Because being awake means your brain is operating in a state that allows interaction with the world. Being aware means something more personal is happening. You are noticing. You are attending. You are experiencing the moment rather than simply passing through it. And once you understand that difference, ordinary life can look strangely different. You begin realizing that you have been awake for thousands of moments that you barely experienced consciously. The question is not only whether you are awake, it is how much of your waking life you are actually present enough to notice. The mind's hidden response to fear and survival. Fear can begin before you consciously understand what you are afraid of. You can hear a sudden sound and feel your body tense before you identify where it came from. You can notice someone moving quickly toward you and step back before deciding whether they are actually dangerous. You can wake from sleep with your heart racing, already prepared to escape, even before your mind has fully understood what woke you. That speed is not an accident. Your brain is designed to detect possible danger before your conscious mind has time to carefully analyze it. Survival depends on responding quickly, and waiting for a complete explanation can sometimes be too slow. This is why fear can feel so physical. Your heart may beat faster, your breathing can change, your muscles tighten, and your attention becomes intensely focused on what might be wrong. These reactions are part of the body's emergency response. The brain detects a possible threat and begins preparing the body for action. You do not have to consciously order your body to do this. It happens automatically. Imagine walking through a dark parking area at night and suddenly hearing footsteps behind you. Before you know who is there, your attention sharpens. You may walk faster. Your muscles become tense. Your mind begins scanning the environment for information. A few seconds later, you discover that the sound came from someone walking in the same direction. The threat was harmless, but your response made sense. Your brain did not wait for certainty. It responded to possibility. This is one of the most important features of fear. It is designed to make mistakes in the direction of survival. From an evolutionary perspective, reacting to a harmless sound, as if it might be dangerous, can be less costly than ignoring a real threat. But this system can also create problems in modern life because your brain does not always distinguish perfectly between physical danger and psychological danger. A difficult conversation can trigger the same bodily tension that appears during a threatening situation. Rejection can create a powerful stress response. Public embarrassment can make your heart race. An uncertain future can keep your nervous system alert, even when there is no immediate physical danger. The threat may be inside your predictions rather than outside your body. Your brain is constantly asking what might happen next. If it predicts something painful, it can begin preparing you before the event actually occurs. This explains why anxiety can feel so real even when nothing dangerous is happening in the present moment. Your body is responding to a possibility. And once fear becomes active, attention changes. You become more sensitive to information that might confirm the danger. If you are afraid that someone is angry with you, you may notice every pause, expression, or change in tone. If you are worried about failing, small mistakes suddenly become extremely important. If you fear rejection, ordinary distance can begin to look like evidence that someone is leaving. Fear does not simply create a feeling. It changes what your mind searches for. This can create a feedback loop. You feel afraid, so you look for danger. You find something that could possibly be dangerous, which strengthens the fear. The stronger fear makes you search even more intensely. Soon, the mind can become convinced that the danger is everywhere. This does not mean the fear is imaginary. It means that fear changes the way information is interpreted. The same process can happen with memories. If you have experienced something frightening before, your brain may become more sensitive to similar situations in the future. A sound, location, expression, or behavior can trigger an emotional response because your brain recognizes a pattern connected with the past. You may consciously know that the present situation is different. Your body may not immediately agree. That is because the nervous system learns through experience. It remembers what mattered. But learned fear can also be updated. When you repeatedly experience a situation without the expected danger occurring, the brain can gradually learn that its prediction was wrong. This does not mean fear disappears instantly. The nervous system often needs repeated evidence before it changes its expectations. That is why facing something once may not completely remove fear, while repeated safe experiences can slowly weaken its control. Fear is not your enemy. It is a protective system. Without fear, you would take unnecessary risks, ignore warning signs, and fail to respond quickly to genuine threats. The problem begins when a system designed for survival starts treating uncertainty, discomfort, embarrassment, or old memories as if they are immediate danger. The goal is not to eliminate fear. It is to understand what fear is doing. When you feel that sudden rush of anxiety, you can ask yourself whether there is an actual threat in front of you or whether your brain is predicting one. You can notice what your attention is searching for. You can recognize that a physical reaction is not automatically proof that something terrible is happening. That small moment of recognition can change the relationship between fear and behavior. You may still feel the tension. You may still notice your heart beating faster. But you are no longer forced to treat every alarm as a command. Your brain was built to protect you quickly, often before consciousness catches up. And sometimes the most powerful form of awareness is simply recognizing that the alarm is ringing, then deciding whether there is really something you need to run from. Why time feels different inside the mind. Have you ever looked at the clock and wondered how only 5 minutes have passed when it feels like an hour? Then there are other moments when you look up and realize an entire afternoon disappeared. The clock has been moving at exactly the same speed, but your experience of that time has changed completely. This is one of the strangest things about consciousness. We live inside measured time, yet we do not actually experience every second in the same way. Think about waiting for an important message. You check your phone, put it down, check again, and somehow only a few minutes have passed. Your attention is focused on the passage of time itself, so every small delay becomes noticeable. Now compare that with spending an evening talking to someone you enjoy. Hours can pass before you realize how late it has become. The difference is not in the clock. It is in what your mind is doing with those moments. Your brain does not appear to experience time like a simple stopwatch. Instead, your sense of duration is influenced by attention, emotion, memory, novelty, and the amount of information being processed. When you are bored, you may pay close attention to the passing of each moment, making time feel painfully slow. When you are deeply engaged, attention moves toward the activity rather than toward the clock, and time can seem to disappear. Emotion can change this experience even more dramatically. Fear can make a few seconds feel extremely long. Imagine nearly falling down the stairs or narrowly avoiding an accident. In the moment, everything can seem to happen in slow motion. Your attention becomes intensely focused, your body becomes highly activated, and your brain starts processing information with unusual urgency. Later, the memory of the event may contain so many details that it feels as though the moment lasted much longer than it actually did. But this does not necessarily mean your brain literally slowed down time. Your experience of duration was influenced by the intensity of the situation and the amount of attention devoted to it. The opposite can happen during routine experiences. When you follow the same schedule every day, familiar moments require less conscious attention. You already know the route to work, the layout of your home, and the sequence of ordinary tasks. Because fewer moments stand out as new, an entire week can later feel as though it disappeared. This creates an interesting difference between experiencing time and remembering time. While you are living through a familiar day, individual moments may pass quickly. But when you look back, the period can feel short because your memory contains fewer distinctive events. A vacation can feel different. During the trip, each day may seem long because you are constantly encountering new places, people, sounds, and experiences. Later, however, the entire vacation can feel like it went incredibly fast because those days have become a single compressed memory. Novelty gives the mind more material to remember. Routine gives it less. That may be one reason childhood often feels so long in memory. When you are young, so many experiences are new. New environments, new social situations, new abilities, and new discoveries create a dense collection of memorable moments. As life becomes more familiar, fewer events may stand out in the same way. The clock has not accelerated. Your memory has become more efficient at compressing familiar experience. This also explains why an ordinary day can feel short, while a day filled with unusual events can feel much longer when remembered. The brain is not simply counting hours. It is building a record of what happened, and the richness of that record influences how long the period seems in retrospect. There is another strange aspect of time perception. Your brain does not experience the present as an infinitely thin point. Conscious experience involves processing information over short periods, combining signals from your senses, your body, and your surroundings into a coherent moment. You do not consciously experience every tiny change separately. Your brain organizes them into a continuous stream. That stream feels smooth. But underneath it, countless processes are constantly updating your experience. This is why your sense of time can become distorted when attention changes. During intense concentration, you may stop monitoring duration altogether. During anxiety, you may become highly focused on waiting. During grief, days can feel strangely heavy and slow. During excitement, time can seem to vanish. The emotion changes what time means to you. And perhaps the most surprising example is anticipation. Sometimes the future can occupy more of your awareness than the present. When you are waiting for an important event, your mind repeatedly imagines what will happen. The event has not occurred, yet it already affects your experience of time. You are physically in the present. Your attention is partly living in the future. This shows that consciousness does not simply move through time like a passenger on a train. Your mind constantly uses memories of the past and predictions about the future to interpret what is happening now. The present is therefore influenced by what you remember and what you expect, and that may be why time feels so personal. Two people can spend the same 3 hours in the same place and experience completely different durations. One may feel that the time disappeared. Another may feel every minute. One may remember the period as packed with meaningful experiences. Another may barely remember it at all. The objective clock gives you one measurement. Your mind creates another. And while you cannot control the speed of the clock, you can sometimes change the quality of your experience by changing what receives your attention. When you become absorbed in something meaningful, time may pass differently. When you slow down and deliberately notice your surroundings, ordinary moments can become richer. When you stop constantly checking how much time has passed, you may become more connected to what is actually happening. Time itself does not bend to your emotions, but your experience of time does. The seconds continue moving forward with perfect consistency, while your consciousness stretches, compresses, highlights, and sometimes almost erases them. That is why a single moment can feel endless, while an entire year can seem to have vanished. The clock measures how long you were there. Your mind decides how long it felt. The mystery of intuition, knowledge without reasoning. Sometimes you know something before you know how you know it. You meet someone for the first time and immediately feel that something about them is trustworthy or something feels slightly wrong. You walk into a room and sense tension before anyone says a word. You make a decision without being able to explain every reason behind it, yet the choice feels strangely clear. It can almost seem as if your mind reached an answer without showing you the steps. That feeling is what we often call intuition. But intuition is not necessarily a mysterious force operating outside the brain. In many situations, it may be the result of extremely fast unconscious processing. Your brain is constantly collecting information that never becomes part of your deliberate thoughts. Facial expressions, tone of voice, posture, timing, patterns from previous experiences, and tiny changes in your surroundings can all influence your judgment. You may not consciously notice these details. Your brain can. Imagine walking into a meeting where everyone appears calm. Nobody is arguing, nobody looks angry, and the conversation sounds normal. Yet you immediately sense that something is wrong. You cannot identify the exact reason. Maybe one person is speaking more quietly than usual. Someone else is avoiding eye contact. The room feels unusually tense. Your conscious mind may not analyze any of these details separately, but your brain can combine them and produce one simple feeling. Something is off. That feeling can appear before reasoning catches up. This is why experienced people sometimes make surprisingly fast decisions. A skilled doctor, athlete, musician, mechanic, or negotiator may recognize a familiar pattern almost instantly. They do not necessarily know every detail consciously. Years of experience have given their brains thousands of examples to compare against. An experienced firefighter may notice that a situation feels dangerous before being able to explain exactly why. A professional athlete may react to an opponent's movement before consciously describing what they saw. A musician can hear that something is wrong with a performance before identifying the exact note or timing problem. The mind can learn patterns without turning every pattern into a conscious rule. That is one reason intuition can feel like knowledge without reasoning. But there is a problem. Intuition is not always correct. The same brain that recognizes real patterns can also create patterns that are not actually there. Fear can feel like intuition. Prejudice can feel like instinct. Anxiety can feel like a warning. A previous painful experience can make a harmless situation seem dangerous because the brain recognizes similarities and immediately activates an old response. You may think, I just have a feeling about this person. But that feeling could come from genuine observation, or it could come from an assumption you learned long ago. This distinction is incredibly important. Your brain does not label its conclusions as accurate or inaccurate. It simply produces a response based on the information and patterns available to it. That means intuition becomes more reliable in some environments than others. If you have spent years practicing a specific skill and receiving clear feedback, your unconscious pattern recognition can become extremely sophisticated. But if you are judging something you have little experience with, your intuition may be based more on emotion, stereotypes, or incomplete information. The feeling of certainty does not guarantee the accuracy of the conclusion. Think about choosing between two options. One choice feels right immediately. The other requires careful thought. You might assume the first option is better because the feeling is stronger. But that feeling could simply reflect familiarity. Your brain often prefers what it already understands because familiar patterns require less effort to process. This is why intuition deserves attention, but not blind trust. A useful question is not whether you should follow your intuition or ignore it. A better question is what information might be producing the feeling. If you suddenly feel uncomfortable around someone, ask what you noticed. Did they behave in a way that genuinely concerns you, or does their behavior remind you of someone from your past? If a decision feels wrong, is there a specific detail you have overlooked, or are you simply afraid of uncertainty? The goal is to bring the hidden information closer to conscious awareness. Sometimes, once you examine the feeling, you discover a real reason behind it. Other times, you discover that the feeling was driven by fear or assumption. Either way, you have learned something useful. Intuition becomes especially fascinating when you realize how much of your everyday behavior depends on processes you never consciously supervise. You do not calculate the meaning of every facial expression. You do not consciously analyze every step while walking. You do not carefully construct every sentence before speaking. Your brain performs countless operations automatically and gives your conscious mind the result. Most of the time, this is exactly what makes normal life possible. You would be exhausted if you had to consciously control everything. So perhaps intuition is not knowledge appearing from nowhere. It is knowledge assembled quietly, beneath the surface, from experiences, patterns, emotions, memories, and information that your conscious mind never fully noticed. Sometimes the result is remarkably accurate. Sometimes it is completely wrong. The mystery is not that your mind can know something without reasoning. The mystery is how much reasoning may already be happening before you ever become aware that a conclusion has been reached. How the mind constructs reality from sensory fragments. Look around you for a moment and notice how effortless reality feels. You see a room, recognize objects, understand where your body is, and immediately know what is happening around you. It feels as though your eyes are simply showing you the world exactly as it exists. But that is not quite what is happening. Your brain is receiving fragments of information from your senses and turning those fragments into a continuous experience that feels complete. Your eyes do not send the finished world into your mind. They send patterns of light, changes in contrast, movement, color, and shape. Your ears provide changes in pressure that the brain interprets as sound. Your skin provides signals about temperature, pressure, and contact. Your brain takes all of these incomplete signals and combines them with memory, expectation, and context. Then it creates the experience you recognize as reality. You normally never notice this construction because the process is incredibly fast. When you look at a chair, you do not consciously analyze lines, shadows, edges, and patterns before deciding that you are looking at a chair. Your brain has learned what chairs usually look like and instantly organizes the available information into a meaningful object. This becomes obvious when sensory information is incomplete. Imagine seeing a person standing in heavy fog. You might notice a rough outline, a few movements, and the position of their body, but your brain will still try to determine who or what you are seeing. If the person resembles someone you know, your mind may begin interpreting the vague information in that direction. You are not deliberately inventing the person. Your brain is using limited information and its previous knowledge to construct the most likely explanation. This happens constantly in ordinary life. When you hear someone speak in a noisy room, your brain fills in missing pieces. You may understand a sentence even when some words are covered by background noise. When you read a familiar sentence, your mind does not process every letter with equal attention. Context helps you predict what the words are likely to be. Your experience feels complete because the brain is constantly filling gaps. This is also why perception can sometimes be wrong. Optical illusions reveal this beautifully. Your eyes receive real visual information, but the brain interprets that information using assumptions about depth, lighting, size, and shape. The resulting perception can be different from the physical reality of the image. The illusion is not happening because your eyes are simply broken. It happens because the brain is doing exactly what it normally does. It is trying to make sense of incomplete information. Your brain has to make assumptions because sensory information is never perfect. Lighting changes. Objects become partially hidden. Sounds overlap. Your body moves. Your eyes constantly shift position, yet you experience a stable world. That stability is something your brain actively maintains. Consider your own face. You rarely see it directly. Most of the time, you experience your appearance through reflections, photographs, or other people's reactions. Yet you have a strong mental representation of what you look like. Your brain combines past visual information with memory and expectation to maintain a sense of your physical identity. The same principle applies to your surroundings. You can walk through your home in low light because your brain already has a model of where things are. You do not need to consciously rediscover the location of every chair, wall, and doorway. Your previous experience helps guide your perception. In this sense, perception is not simply receiving information. It is a conversation between what is coming from the world and what your brain already expects. This becomes especially important when expectations are strong. If you are waiting for someone in a crowd, you may think you see them several times before realizing it is another person. Your brain is searching for a particular pattern, so ambiguous information can be interpreted in a way that matches what you expect. Expectation changes perception. Emotion can do the same thing. If you are afraid, a harmless movement in the dark can look threatening. If you are relaxed, you may barely notice it. The physical information reaching your senses may be similar, but your brain interprets it differently because your internal state has changed. This is why reality can feel so convincing while still being partly constructed. Your conscious experience is not a perfect copy of the outside world. It is a working model created by the brain from sensory signals, memory, attention, prediction, and context. And most of the time, that model is extremely useful. You do not need perfect information to survive. You need a model that is accurate enough to help you move, communicate, recognize danger, understand other people, and make decisions. The brain is constantly asking, in effect, what is probably happening here? It then compares its predictions with incoming sensory information and updates the model when necessary. That process happens so quickly that you experience the result rather than the construction. You do not feel yourself building reality. You simply feel like you are looking at reality. This may be one of the strangest facts about consciousness. The world you experience is real in the sense that you are genuinely experiencing it. But the form in which it appears to you is shaped by your brain. Color is experienced through a nervous system. Sound becomes meaningful through a nervous system. Objects become recognizable through a nervous system. Even the feeling of being located inside a body depends on information continuously being combined from different senses. Your brain is not creating the universe from nothing. The outside world provides the signals, but your mind turns those signals into an understandable experience. And that means every moment of ordinary perception contains a hidden process you rarely notice. Behind the simple feeling of seeing a room, hearing a voice, or touching an object, your brain is combining fragments, comparing them with memory, predicting what should be there, correcting mistakes, and building a stable model that you can consciously experience. Reality feels immediate because the construction is invisible. You do not see the machinery behind perception. You see the result. And once you understand that, the familiar world becomes strangely mysterious. The room around you has not changed, but you now know that the version of that room appearing inside your consciousness is something your brain is continuously constructing from fragments. You are not simply receiving reality. Your mind is interpreting it, completing it, and turning scattered signals into the coherent world you experience as real. The connection between identity, memory, and consciousness. Think about the person you were 10 years ago. You probably had different habits, different fears, different relationships, different goals, and maybe even completely different beliefs about who you were. Your body has changed too. Many of the cells that made up your physical body have been replaced, your personality has developed, and your understanding of life has expanded. Yet when you remember that younger version of yourself, you usually do not think of them as a stranger. You think, that was me. But what exactly creates that feeling of continuity? One of the strongest pieces of the answer may be memory. Your sense of identity depends heavily on the ability to connect different moments of experience into one ongoing story. Without memory, the person you were yesterday would become much harder to connect with the person you are today. You might still see, hear, feel, and think, but the narrative linking those experiences would become fragmented. Memory gives consciousness a history. It allows you to remember where you came from, recognize the people who matter to you, understand why you are making certain decisions, and imagine what might happen next. When you remember your childhood, you are not simply retrieving old information. You are reconnecting with a previous version of yourself and placing that version inside your current identity. This is why memory can feel deeply personal. You do not normally experience your memories as random data stored somewhere in the brain. You experience them as parts of your life. But memory is not a perfect recording. Every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs the experience. You may remember the main event accurately while forgetting details. You may remember how you felt more strongly than exactly what happened. Later experiences can influence how you interpret earlier memories. Over time, the story of your past can change without you realizing that it has changed. This creates something fascinating. Your identity depends partly on memories that are constantly being reconstructed. You believe you know who you are because you have a story about yourself. That story includes your successes, failures, relationships, fears, values, and experiences. But if some of those memories change, the story can change with them. Think about an embarrassing experience from childhood. At the time, it may have felt enormous. Years later, you might remember it differently. Perhaps the event no longer seems important, or perhaps you now understand the people involved in a completely different way. The event remains in your history, but its meaning has changed. And when the meaning changes, your relationship with your past changes too. This is why memory and identity are so closely connected. Your brain does not simply ask what happened. It also tries to understand what happened to me. That personal connection turns information into autobiography. Imagine losing the ability to remember your recent experiences. You could still be conscious in the present. You could see the room, hear voices, and respond to people. But maintaining a stable sense of who you are would become extremely difficult, because each moment would have less connection to the moments before it. You would still have consciousness, but continuity of identity could become severely disrupted. This distinction helps reveal something important. Consciousness is the experience of the present, while identity is partly the story that connects the present with the past and the imagined future. Your memories tell you who you have been. Your expectations tell you who you might become. Your present awareness sits between them, and your brain continuously connects all three. This is also why certain memories can suddenly change how you feel about yourself. A childhood experience can influence how you approach relationships decades later. A past failure can create fear around a new opportunity. A moment when someone believed in you can become part of the internal story that allows you to take risks later in life. The past is not physically happening anymore, but its representation inside your memory can continue influencing the present. In that sense, memory is not simply a record of what happened. It is an active part of who you are now. Your brain uses previous experiences to predict what is likely to happen next. If you repeatedly experienced rejection, you may become more sensitive to signs of rejection. If you repeatedly experienced safety and support, you may approach unfamiliar situations with greater confidence. Your past becomes part of the system that interprets your present. This can create powerful loops. You remember yourself as someone who always fails, so you avoid situations where you might be judged. Because you avoid those situations, you gain fewer experiences that could challenge the belief. The identity remains stable because the memory and behavior keep reinforcing each other. But identity can also change. New experiences can become new memories. New memories can change the story you tell about yourself. A person who once believed they were incapable can gradually build evidence that they are capable. A person who believed they could never trust anyone can experience a healthy relationship that changes that expectation. The brain can update the story. This is why you are not trapped permanently inside your past. Your memories influence your identity, but they do not have to control it forever. There is also something deeply strange about the way consciousness uses memory to create a sense of time. You experience yourself as a continuous person even though consciousness is actually made of constantly changing moments. You remember the previous moment, experience the current one, and imagine the next. The brain connects these separate experiences so smoothly that you feel like one continuous self moving through time. That continuity may be one of the most powerful constructions of the human mind. Without it, life could become a collection of disconnected moments. With it, those moments become a story. And that story becomes your identity. So when you ask who you are, the answer may be more complicated than a name, personality, or physical body. Part of who you experience yourself to be exists in the memories you carry, the meanings you assign to them, and the connections your brain creates between past, present, and future. Your consciousness experiences this moment. Your memory connects it to everything that came before, and your identity emerges from the story created between them. The remarkable part is that the story is never completely finished. Every new experience becomes another piece of information that can change how you understand the person you have been and the person you believe you can become. You remember the past, but the way you remember it helps shape the person standing in the present. And that means memory is not simply something you carry inside consciousness. In many ways, it is one of the things consciousness uses to create the feeling that you are still the same person who lived all those moments before. What consciousness reveals in moments of extreme experience? There are moments when ordinary consciousness seems to change its rules. A serious accident, a sudden loss, an overwhelming emotional experience, or a moment of intense physical danger can make time feel strangely slow, sharpen certain details, and reduce everything else to the immediate moment. People sometimes describe these experiences as if the world became unusually clear, even though the situation itself was chaotic. What makes these moments fascinating is that extreme circumstances can reveal parts of consciousness that normally remain hidden. Imagine suddenly realizing that something is about to go wrong. Within seconds, your attention can become incredibly focused. Background sounds seem to disappear. Your awareness locks onto the most important details. You may notice the position of objects, the movement of another person, or the sensations inside your own body with an intensity that would be unusual during an ordinary day. Your brain is no longer treating every piece of information equally. It is prioritizing survival. This response happens incredibly quickly. When the brain detects a possible threat, systems involved in emotion, attention, and bodily regulation begin working together. Your heart rate can increase, your muscles become prepared for action, and your attention becomes more sensitive to information that could help you respond. You do not have to consciously decide to become alert. The change can happen before you have fully understood what is happening. That is why people sometimes describe dangerous moments as strangely clear. The mind becomes intensely focused on what matters immediately, while ordinary concerns disappear. Problems that seemed important an hour earlier suddenly become meaningless. The future becomes less important. The past becomes less important. Consciousness becomes concentrated around the present. This reveals something important about attention. Most of the time, your awareness is divided among dozens of concerns. You think about work, relationships, money, plans, memories, messages, and things that happened yesterday. During extreme situations, much of that mental noise can disappear because the brain has identified something that demands immediate priority. For a brief period, there is only what is happening now. That can make time feel different too. During frightening or highly emotional experiences, people sometimes report that events seem to happen in slow motion. The actual event may have lasted only a few seconds, but the memory can contain an unusually large amount of detail. The intensity of the experience may cause those moments to become especially prominent in memory, making them feel longer when remembered. The clock did not necessarily slow down. Your experience of the event became unusually dense. Something similar can happen during moments of extreme joy. A person receiving unexpected, life-changing news may experience intense emotion, heightened attention, and a temporary sense that everything else has faded into the background. The same basic principle appears in both positive and negative experiences. When something becomes extremely important, consciousness reorganizes around it. Emotion tells attention what matters, and attention tells consciousness what becomes prominent. Extreme experiences can also change the sense of self. During ordinary life, you are constantly thinking about your identity, your responsibilities, your appearance, and how other people perceive you. But in a crisis, that personal story can temporarily become irrelevant. You may stop thinking about who you are and simply act. A person can move before consciously thinking through the movement. Someone can reach for another person, pull them away from danger, or react to a sudden threat almost automatically. Afterward, they may wonder how they responded so quickly. The answer may be that conscious reasoning was not responsible for every part of the response. The brain has systems designed to act rapidly using learned patterns and automatic responses. Consciousness can become involved after the action has already begun. This is another reminder that the mind is not controlled by a single central commander making every decision. Different systems are operating simultaneously. Some are monitoring the environment. Some are regulating the body. Some are processing emotion. Some are predicting what might happen next. And conscious awareness experiences only part of this enormous activity. Extreme situations can make that hidden machinery easier to notice because everything becomes intensified. But there is another side to this. Not every extreme experience produces clarity. Sometimes overwhelming stress can make consciousness fragmented, confused, or detached. A person may feel disconnected from their surroundings or from their own body. Memory can become incomplete. Events that were happening may later feel unreal or difficult to organize. This is also important. Extreme consciousness is not automatically a higher form of consciousness. Sometimes the brain protects itself by reducing how much information reaches conscious awareness. In other words, the mind can respond to overwhelming experience by sharpening awareness, narrowing it, or temporarily disconnecting from parts of experience. The response depends on the situation, the person, and the intensity of what is happening. That complexity tells us something powerful about consciousness. It is not a fixed state. It changes according to what the brain believes is happening and what the body needs at that moment. When life is ordinary, consciousness can spread across many concerns. When danger appears, it can narrow. When emotion becomes overwhelming, it can intensify. When experience becomes too much to process, it can become fragmented. The same brain can produce very different forms of awareness depending on circumstances. And perhaps that is why extreme moments can remain with us for years. They do not simply contain strong events. They can expose the machinery of consciousness itself. You suddenly realize how quickly attention can change, how strongly emotion can reshape perception, how flexible your sense of time can become, how quickly automatic behavior can take control, and how much of your ordinary experience depends on the brain maintaining a stable balance between all of these systems. Most of the time, you never notice that balance because it feels completely natural. Extreme experience removes that sense of normality. For a brief moment, consciousness becomes impossible to take for granted. You see how rapidly the mind can reorganize itself when something truly matters. And perhaps the deepest lesson is that consciousness is not simply a window through which you observe life. It is an active survival system, constantly deciding what deserves your attention, what should be remembered, what should be ignored, and how strongly the present should be experienced. In ordinary moments, that process remains hidden. In extreme moments, it can become impossible to miss. The possibility of layers of awareness beyond ordinary thought. There is a strange moment that can happen when you become very still and stop trying to control what is happening inside your mind. At first, you notice thoughts everywhere. Memories appear, plans form, worries interrupt, and random ideas seem to arrive from nowhere. But if you continue observing without chasing every thought, something changes. You begin noticing that there is a difference between the thoughts themselves and the awareness that notices them. That difference may be one of the most fascinating clues to understanding consciousness. Most of us spend our lives completely absorbed in thought. We think about what happened yesterday, what someone meant by a message, what we need to do tomorrow, what we should have said, or what might happen next. Because these thoughts are constantly present, it is easy to assume that thinking and awareness are basically the same thing. But they may not be. A thought is something that appears in consciousness. Awareness is what allows you to notice that it appeared. Think about a memory suddenly entering your mind. You did not necessarily choose the exact moment it appeared. It arrived. Then perhaps another thought followed it, and another. If you pay close attention, you can begin noticing this process in real time. Thoughts rise, change, connect with other thoughts, and disappear. Yet something remains capable of noticing the entire movement. This does not prove that there is a separate observer hidden somewhere inside the brain. Science does not currently support a simple picture of a little person sitting inside your head watching your thoughts. Instead, consciousness appears to emerge from complex interactions between brain systems involved in attention, perception, memory, self-representation, emotion, and information processing. Still, the subjective experience is remarkable. You can become aware of your own mental activity. That means the mind is capable of turning attention toward itself. You can notice that you are distracted. You can notice that you are angry. You can notice that you are remembering something. You can notice that you are thinking about the fact that you are thinking. This creates what feels like multiple layers of awareness. The first layer is simply experiencing something. You hear a sound, see an object, or feel a sensation. Then another layer can appear when you realize that you are experiencing it. You become aware of your own awareness. This ability is sometimes connected with metacognition, which means thinking about your own thinking. It allows you to recognize uncertainty, monitor your decisions, notice mistakes, and question your assumptions. Without it, you would be much more controlled by whatever thought or emotion appeared first. Imagine someone becomes angry during an argument. The first reaction might be immediate. Their body becomes tense, their attention narrows, and their mind begins producing reasons why the other person is wrong. If they remain completely absorbed in that reaction, the anger controls the direction of the conversation. But if they suddenly notice, I am becoming angry, something changes. They are no longer only experiencing the emotion, they are observing it. That small shift can create distance between the experience and the response. This is one reason awareness of mental processes can be so powerful. You cannot always choose what appears in your mind, but you can sometimes choose how closely you follow it. The same principle applies to thoughts. Suppose you suddenly think, I am going to fail. If you believe the thought immediately, your behavior may change. You might avoid the opportunity, become anxious, or start searching for evidence that the thought is correct. But if you notice the thought as a mental event, you can examine it. Why did this thought appear? What triggered it? Is it based on evidence? Is it connected to an old memory? Is it simply fear predicting the future? The thought has not disappeared, but your relationship with it has changed. This suggests that ordinary thought may be only one layer of conscious experience. Beneath deliberate thinking, there are sensations, emotions, memories, predictions, and automatic processes. Above or around those processes, there is the ability to notice them and evaluate them. The mind can therefore become both the place where an experience happens and the object of observation. This becomes especially noticeable during meditation, when people sit quietly and focus attention on breathing or bodily sensations. They often discover how quickly the mind produces thoughts. The goal does not have to be eliminating those thoughts. Instead, the practice can involve recognizing each thought without automatically following it. A thought appears. Attention notices it. The mind wanders. Awareness recognizes the wandering. Attention returns. This simple process reveals something that ordinary life often hides. Your mind can operate automatically while another part of your mental system monitors what is happening. The more carefully you observe yourself, the more obvious this becomes. You may notice that certain emotions arrive before you understand their cause. You may recognize that your attention has shifted before you consciously decided to shift it. You may catch yourself repeating the same internal story that you have repeated hundreds of times. These observations create a kind of psychological distance. You begin seeing that the mind is constantly generating material, but you do not have to treat every piece of that material as a command. This does not mean there is some mystical consciousness floating beyond the brain. There is still enormous scientific uncertainty about exactly how subjective awareness emerges from neural activity. The idea of deeper layers should therefore be treated as a useful way of describing experience, not as proof of a hidden supernatural realm. But even without making extraordinary claims, the ordinary facts are extraordinary enough. Your brain can perceive the world. It can remember the past. It can imagine the future. It can generate thoughts. And then it can turn its attention toward those thoughts and examine them. That recursive ability may be one of the most important features of human consciousness. You are not only capable of experiencing, you are capable of noticing that you are experiencing. And perhaps that is what makes awareness feel deeper than ordinary thought. Thoughts come and go constantly. Some are useful, some are mistaken, some are emotional, and some disappear almost immediately. But the capacity to notice them gives you a different relationship with your own mind. For a moment, you are no longer completely inside the thought. You are aware of the thought, and that small shift may reveal that consciousness contains more layers than the endless stream of words inside your head. The mystery is not necessarily that there is another hidden mind beneath thought. The mystery is that the mind can become aware of its own activity at all. The unanswered question, where does consciousness truly begin? There is a moment in your existence that you will never remember. Not because you forgot it, but because there may have been no conscious experience there to remember. At some point, your developing brain became capable of producing sensations, perceptions, thoughts, or some form of awareness, but science still cannot point to one exact moment and say, this is where consciousness began. We know a great deal about the brain, yet the beginning of subjective experience remains one of the deepest unanswered questions we have. We can watch brain activity change when someone sees a face, hears a sound, remembers a childhood event, or makes a decision. We can study which brain networks become more active during different states of awareness. We can compare waking, dreaming, deep sleep, anesthesia, and other conditions. All of this gives us clues about the biological processes connected with consciousness. But there is still a gap. We can describe what the brain is doing, yet describing the activity does not completely explain what it feels like to experience it. Consider something as simple as seeing the color red. Your eyes receive light. Signals travel through the nervous system, and the brain processes those signals through complex networks. We can study those pathways in extraordinary detail. But why does all of that processing produce an actual experience of red? Why is there something it feels like to see? That question is much harder, and it becomes even more complicated when we ask where consciousness begins in the first place. Does consciousness begin when the brain reaches a particular level of complexity? Does it gradually emerge rather than suddenly appearing? Could very simple forms of awareness exist in systems that are far less complicated than the human brain? Or is consciousness something that depends on a very specific organization of information? Science does not yet have a final answer. Even the phrase where consciousness begins can mean several different things. We might be asking when consciousness begins during human development. We might be asking which brain structures are necessary for conscious experience. We might be asking what level of biological complexity is required. Or we might be asking something even deeper, which is why physical processes produce subjective experience at all. These are different questions, and answering one does not automatically answer the others. Think about early development. A human brain changes dramatically before birth and continues developing throughout childhood. The systems responsible for perception, attention, memory, emotion, and communication do not all mature at the same time. That makes it difficult to imagine consciousness as a simple switch that suddenly turns on at one precise instant. It may be more accurate to imagine a gradual construction. Simple forms of sensory processing develop. The brain becomes increasingly capable of integrating information. Attention becomes more sophisticated. Memory becomes more organized. The child gradually develops a richer representation of the body and the surrounding world. Eventually, there is a complex experience of being a person inside that world. But exactly where one stage becomes another remains difficult to define. The same uncertainty appears when we look at sleep and anesthesia. A person can move from clear waking awareness into unconsciousness without crossing an obvious physical boundary. Brain activity changes progressively. Communication between different brain systems can become disrupted. The ability to respond to the environment decreases. Then, later, awareness returns. You wake up and immediately feel like yourself again. That transition is so familiar that it seems simple, but scientifically it is remarkable. Somewhere between those different states, the conditions supporting conscious experience change enough for the subjective world to disappear or become inaccessible. Yet we still do not have a complete explanation for what exactly changes. This is why consciousness remains different from many other scientific problems. We can study objects from the outside. Consciousness gives us an inside perspective that cannot be directly observed by another person. I can measure your brain activity. I can observe your behavior. I can ask you what you are experiencing, but I cannot directly enter your experience. You are the only person who experiences your consciousness from the inside. That creates a strange boundary in scientific knowledge. Everything I can measure about your consciousness is ultimately evidence from the outside, while the actual experience exists from your perspective. And this leads to an uncomfortable possibility. Maybe the question of where consciousness begins is partly based on the assumption that there must be one exact location or moment where it starts. Perhaps consciousness is not something that appears at a single point. Perhaps it emerges from an organized process involving many systems interacting over time. The brain does not have one tiny place where the self is stored. Instead, different networks contribute to perception, memory, attention, emotion, bodily awareness, and decision-making. The feeling of being a conscious individual may emerge from the interaction of all these processes rather than from one isolated source. This would explain why disrupting different parts of the system can alter different aspects of experience. Damage to one area can affect vision. Another can affect memory. Another can change emotional processing. Consciousness can remain while particular components of experience change. That suggests something important. Maybe consciousness is not a single thing. Maybe it is an organized collection of processes that together create the unified experience we recognize as being awake and aware. But even that does not solve the deepest mystery. It explains how different systems might cooperate. It does not completely explain why cooperation produces experience at all. Why is there something it feels like to be you? Why does information processing become a private inner world? Why is there an experience of color, pain, thought, memory, or silence instead of only electrical and chemical activity? These questions remain open, and perhaps that is why consciousness is so fascinating. We are using consciousness itself to investigate consciousness. The instrument doing the investigation is also the mystery being investigated. Your brain is trying to understand the process that allows your brain to understand anything. There is something almost circular about that. We may eventually discover much more about the biological conditions required for conscious experience. We may identify increasingly precise patterns associated with awareness and develop better theories explaining how different brain systems create a unified experience. But the deepest question may remain: at what point does activity become experience? Where does processing become awareness? Where does a collection of biological processes become someone who can look at the world and know that they are looking? We do not have a final answer, and perhaps that unanswered question is the most revealing part of consciousness itself, because every scientific explanation we create is something experienced by a conscious mind. Every theory, every experiment, every observation, and every question exists inside awareness. Before we can fully explain the universe we experience, we may first have to understand the strange fact that there is an experience happening at all. And right now, as you read these words and become aware of yourself reading them, that mystery is not somewhere far away. It is happening inside you.